Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6. It's the first day of the regular season. I'm very, very excited to show you guys what's going to be going on. Alongside me, of course, will be Butters. I'm Rockhart, and we are getting into the show. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsors. First, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# now and choose Gig Games 1990. Of course, our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest, #Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official Facebook page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. Official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free. Simple Fours pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the Day with Gillette. Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get 7% balikbayan when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya. The better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31, 2020. Partner in esports, TikTok. Search MLBB and TikTok to win premium skins. And of course, our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro. All of this organized by Moonton. So Butters, you've been waiting for quite a bit.
Yeah,
How are you, man? We're back.
I actually commend you for that. That was a mouthful. Rock hard, as we all know. MPL is back. Regular season is back.
Yep.
Your weekends, or weekday, rather. Weekday and weekend.
It
Just call it that. Is gonna be hotter and hotter. It's gonna get more intense as the week goes by. But right now, have week number one. This is day number one. What better way to start it with ONIC PH versus Bren?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these are some of the best teams in the past few seasons already of the MPL. They've already committed so much, and I really like that both of these teams' rosters haven't really changed too drastically. I mean, compared to when they started back then. I mean, obviously, Onyx is a lot more different. They play a lot more different than when they came in for way back in season 4. And I think the same is also true with our our previous team, Bren Esports. Here is a look at what the group standings are going to be like, and obviously it's a fresh start from everyone. Everything from previous seasons are gone.
I mean, if I'm gonna analyze, this is a look at the tent that we have for our regular season. Aura PH, Blue Fire, Blacklist International, Bren Esports, BSB, Execration, Omega P Esports, Solid, Sig, Ultra. Now, every one of these teams is gonna try to have a good start into the MPL. Now, how do you do that? You're probably wondering what are the strategies that they brought for day number one or week number one. But right now, four teams are gonna battle it out since we only have two seasons for this day.
That's right. It's gonna be a lot more chill on Fridays. Usually we'd have just around two teams two sets of teams
Mm-hmm.
facing up to each other. We're just getting settled into the weekend, and I actually really like that. People are tired from work. They can't really watch all three big series, right? Especially series like this one. The first series for this week is just really bonkers. Like, how does ONIC PH look like coming from another season where they once again failed to secure the top spot over their longtime rivals, right? This looks like a team that is going to be super, super hungry going straight into the matchups.
Yeah, and if you think about it, Rockhart, historically speaking, ONIC Sports was the one who took out Bren in the lower bracket finals of our playoff, the season 5 playoffs to be exact. And I'm, I know, I'm sure, Bren Esports, they really want to get even.
Yep, absolutely. These are some of the storylines that you're going to be seeing. But before that, let's show our viewers who is going to be showing up into this matchup. Because right now we are just waiting and waiting for the fires to really erupt between these two. Let's have a look.
Na-discover ko yung ML habang nanonood ako sa YouTube. Nung lumabas yung ads niya, so parang naganda na yung try ko.
Nung mga kalaro ko sa from another MOBA game, nag-transfer sa Mobile Legends. Hindi lumipat na rin ako kasama sila. Nung wala pa akong team, nag-grind ako ng grind kasi gusto ko mag-BL sa gusto ko makuha ng pro. Pinagsasabay ko yung ML tsaka pag-aaral ko. Good naman kasi consistent honor student ako ng grade 8 at grade 9. Ako naging well ako pagkatapos ng SEA Games kasi nag-usap namin na kaya namin din mag-champion sa MPL.
Sobrang laki talaga ng Mobile Legends dito sa Pilipinas, lalo na yung price pool tsaka fanbase nila.
And these are your Bren Esports players. They look a little bit different, but man, oh man, they are pretty much the same. Few, Rebo, Carl TZ, Lusty, Flab TZ, and EJ.
Looking, four of their members have it, and I'm kind of surprised that few here has a lower EA than Reeb. I'm not really saying that Rebo had the better season, but looks like it. He has 5.57 KDA rate. He had a lot for impact for season 5. And for a few, you gotta notice how this guy he's a really good player. But to be honest, if you think about it, maybe season 6 is the time that could come back from this 3.05 slump that he's in.
Yep, these stat lines are obviously there's no other place to get it from. This is from the last season, right? And this is the season where they said, actually, Pew himself said that they kind of relegated him into a more supportive role. But of course, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case here. New player.
Na-discover ko yung Mobile Legends Bang Bang nung unang release pa lang ito sa Philippines. Pero nung MPL Season 3 Grand Finals, doon ako pinaka-na-intrigue dun sa game na to.
Na-discover ko yung Mobile Legends Bang Bang nung nasa US ako kasi kinakadikan ko ng mga pinsan ko dito sa Philippines. Pilipinas. Tapos yun na yung naging way namin para mag-bonding. Napunta ako sa ONIC-PH recently lang. Kasi lumipat ako ng team. Ay nag-looking for players sila. So sabi ko, malaki chance na mag-champion. Talagang comfortable ako lumusod na ako.
Gusto ko nang subukan yung paglalaro kasi sobrang dami ng sacrifices na binigay ko para lang ma-pursue ko yung pangarap na yun.
New beginnings, sacrifices, and dreams. That is ONIC PH. Oh my Venus, Wise, Iyaknu, Tilar, Jay, and Basic.
Man, looking at ONIC Age, they had a stellar performance into the regular season. Playoffs, they made it to the grand finals once again, only to fall down at the hands of Age. Right now, this might be, that redemption season that they're looking, and probably this is the season that they will see championship. Who knows? But looking at it right, they actually get basic. Now, question is, will basic actually make a difference?
How big of a difference this Basic coming into ONIC PH is gonna be? That's a good question, Butters. And I think the Basic coming from his previous team did not look as stellar as he initially debuted. If you remember last season, Basic debuted straight into one of the previous teams, right? And he was from the US, from a team in the US. So it might have been a big transition. Maybe that's the problem why Basic had a hard time adjusting here in the Philippines. But now he's had how many months now, right? How many? Maybe half a year already that he has been going in through the ins and outs of PH Mobile Legends. Is this their time? And is he going to be an addition or a subtraction here to the performance of ONIC PH? That's also one of the reasons why I'm super interested, super curious about this first match.
I mean, looking at it, past time, one of the best players the Philippines and right now, they have the chance to prove themselves once basic. Didn't really have that stellar performance with U level way back season 5. Now, he is with a proven team. Like this team has proven everything. They can make it to grand finals. The only thing that they haven't done is just win the championship. So with basic, can he make a difference? That is the question that's gonna, you know, that's gonna haunt us till the end of this season. But I feel like ONIC PH, they're still good in terms of mechanics. They have very talented players, and looking at it, it's more on the idea of having a good captain. Captain is going to be Venus. Now, Venus, it really takes a lot for a captain to be respected, or in all ways rather. And I think Venus, he he really got the respect of the player, even though they're really talented. If Venus speaks, everyone listens.
That's right. I mean, that's been their trademark, I think, since season 4. Like we were still live on location back then, right? And you could hear Vina like literally shout. Everyone was like super duper respectful of whatever he said. And I wonder if that's gonna come true here as well for Basic, who has been known to be a little bit of a vigilante, a little bit of a renegade on his previous team, right?
Yeah.
And is it a good thing or a bad thing that we have an outside influence coming into the season 6 for ONIC PH?
You
So
know
many
what?
questions.
You know what? Since we have TikTok as one of our partners here, will will he stop being a renegade? Be life, be a renegade on TikTok. That is one of the that's one of the things actually to look at. Now, I'm kinda what how do I say, curious on how to just get the main idea here of Onic and how will they how do I say
And honestly,
this
if you watch
uh,
Page,
try
sila
to
tinawag na
get
second
the
generation.
when I'm actually hearing Wolf
Laro
right? He's trying to explain things.
That's true. right here on the head-to-head for Bren Esports and ONIC PH. Again, these are previous season standings, previous season stats. You can really see that ONIC PH likes to push the boundary, especially in First Blood, a lot. Like it's also one of their trademark. They're a super duper aggressive team, and they know how to get those buffs early on, and that really translates into that First Blood count.
Mhm. And with all those stats out of the way, I mean, Rockhart, just seeing those stats, you would know that ONIC PH really likes to get the early lead and just win the game from there. Bren Esports, they kind of drag the game so that Carl Z could get the upper hand and just carry the team from there on out. But for the star match, head to head here, match record, uh, it really looks like ONIC has the upper hand here. They have beaten they have beaten Bren twice, while Bren they really just have this 2-1 win over ONIC.
Yeah, that's actually scary considering we got a 1-0 in the ring count. That kind of hurts if you're on the side of ONIC, but at the same time, that's just stats, right? And on the player head to head, we were talking about how Carl TZ is going to be the main factor in the previous season. Is that going to be the case here as well? Because Wise, it's a big difference between these two.
I mean, it 7.18, 5.38 actually says a lot about these two players. Carl Z was actually the main funnel of Bren. He was really the main carry, and they put a lot of their hopes in Carl Z. So they really just wanted Carl Z to carry them. They would support them with everything that they can. But onto the side of Wise here, 5.38 isn't bad. It's just that everyone from ONIC PH just works and tries to outplay everyone.
That's
And the
true.
only reason why he's getting a lower KDA rate is just probably they're trying to get the best of their team in terms of team fights. And if everyone works in a good way, you won't really be getting the kills because there's a Uranus from Dilar getting the kills. You have Iyakno on the show. So they have a lot on their arsenal and they don't really focus on Wise as their main carry.
Yeah, the stats look like they're starting to show a bit of a different story, right? And on the head-to-head here for Oh My Venus versus Rebo, I keep looking at the championship count and I keep thinking to myself, that's almost 2 years ago, right? I wonder how big of a difference it is going to be, and considering the MVP count for Oh My Venus as a support for his team, and I mean, and the 13 unique heroes is a big difference from what Bren wants Rebo to be like for their team.
Mm-hmm. Rebo has been very flexible in terms of using the heroes. He has been using cores. He's been using the tanks. The using the supports. He's probably the most flexible player in the MPL right now for the PH. So I don't know. It's I actually see these two as equals, but in terms of just being the pure support, I think Oh My Venus has a bit of an advantage because just having more heroes on his arsenal rather. He he's probably just gonna get the better or the better ban exchange onto the side here of Rebo because Rebo, if he loses these 9 heroes or he doesn't get put in the best position possible or the best hero possible for him, he's gonna have a hard time.
Historically, then Rebo used to be the most flexible, right? Now I think Old Magnus is starting to really take that lead. Back in season one, he was the undoubted MVP of the whole season, right? That was a big step for esports. Obviously, from season one to season six, where we are right now, it's also a statement that Rebo is the only guy on this team that has not really been removed, right? And
Yeah.
I think that statement's true. Every season, from season one to season six, he has been the rock that Brent has been holding on to, and we'll have to wait and see if that translated, if his stature in Bren aged well, right? And Oh My Venus has always been as commanding for ONIC PH as usual. I wonder if that command is gonna translate well into what we can say about basic again once more, right?
Hmm.
Flap Teasy. What's your take on Flap Teasy? We were mentioning something about Flap Teasy earlier.
You know what? Flap, I just think that the hype on Flap is really high. Even they had tournament, success with Flap on their roster. They won one or two, championships with Flap on their roster, and they lost Coco, obviously.
Yep.
But Coco is put in an analyst role, so Coco is more on the back end person now rather than a front end and playing for his team.
Yep.
So I like how Bren is approaching this. They're getting a lot of these talented young players and they're trying to mold them into this brand that they're trying to, establish or fortify. And I think Flat, he's one of the best players to do that with.
Yep.
This guy has the potential. This guy has the skills, raw mechanics. They just have to, put more time and just focus on the guy so he can be at his maximum potential.
Yep. We'll have to talk about Flap a little bit later on, right? Because we are heading into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Bren Esports versus ONIC PH. Now, Flap Teasy, he is his position in Bren is a bit more of the same, almost the same role, right, as Coco used to be. Again, Coco having that off lane, that super sustain, and again, beautiful graphics. I know I said this in rehearsal. Beautiful graphics here coming for the draft. I have to really admire this big change coming in for season 6.
I mean, dude, Yu Zhong looking very scary right there inside of Brent Esports. But yeah, I like the bans here coming out from Brent Esports and ONIC PH. They're just respecting one another in terms of just getting these roles. I mean, Jay has seen a lot of success with the Selena. They just banned it out. And an Atlas here is actually banned for the side of Brent Esports, which is something you would see, Jay use or Venus could use. So there's a lot of things that you can do with this, but I actually see a Kali.
Hey, wow, okay.
Another one.
Another one.
It's another one.
That's interesting. Well, do you think the Khalid is first pick material right now? Because I feel like pairing it with a Kimi, they have left themselves pretty open for interpretation. Like this is the main event, right? This is the main damage leaders for ONIC PH by a long shot. Does that open up to counter pick?
Mm, there is a possibility that they'll do that, but the thing with Khalid is you just have to get the burst damage. You should not let the team fight extend. Otherwise, Khalid will punish you 100%.
Yep.
Now, they have the show, and they know that they need that, especially for the Khalid. Like, you need ways to stop Khalid from using his skills. Once he does use his skills and he, stacks it up, you're gonna get punished really hard. And seeing ONIC PH here ban out the Yisun Shin, that Kufra, you know that they don't want any aggression coming out here from Bren Esports. But Bren Esports, they still want it. They got the Farsa, and they want ONIC PH to fight.
Okay, so one way to deal with this is obviously to just not face it head on, and just to let ONIC PH into the trap. I think this is a great way to trap ONIC PH. Just have a Farsa to control any time that they try to go in here, and I think you cannot outrange. No one in ONIC PH so far can outrange Bren Esports because of the Farsa pick, right?
Mhm.
And they have that show to maybe stop Khalid, because like you said, Khalid is such a monster on the battlefield. When you leave him on the lane for a long time, he has unlimited sustain, almost unlimited sustain, full regen, and defensive capabilities are off the charts. Now they also got the Esmeralda here for ONIC PH. They're super short range. What do you think about this?
I mean, for ONIC PH, it's all about sustain. I mean, Uranus is really got hit hard by the nerf train, but ONIC PH, they have something in mind. We don't have the Uranus, but we have two of the best heroes to, just supplement that idea in which Uranus has been living on for season 5. Just be annoying in lane and just show your face in front of the enemies, because if they do that, they're the ones who's gonna get punished.
That's true, man. I can already see so many punish opportunities here for ONIC-PH as well. If Bren Esports executes by a small error percentage, that's gonna be a big problem. Now we are on to the ban, by the way. Who will be the big ban items here for Bren Esports? I feel like I would like to remove more sustain or more tankiness. A Popol and Koopa would actually. It's one of those heroes where. It's one of those heroes where it can allow, right? It can allow your heroes like Esmeralda, like the Khalid, to go near Bren Esports. That sounds like it's a good pick. I wonder if they're gonna think about it, or they'll ban it out, because it's also one way for Bren Esports to find Khalid and to lock him down.
That is true. I like the ban coming out from Brent Esports here. Just banning out that Hilda. They don't really want to just have that fight. But is this okay? Okay,
Good.
okay. That was
Oh my god.
that was a surprise. But we are going to have I thought that we're gonna see a Layla pick even without the rework from Project Next, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man.
But let's go back to the draft. I have this thing where I actually like the idea of a Hylos onto the side of ONIC-PH,
Oh,
just because they're kind of bit on the run and gun setup here on the side of ONIC-PH, and if they ever get the Hylos, I don't think the Farsa zoning capability will be a problem, because they can just ram them down, just run all over them.
that's actually a great point. Glorious Pathway is one of those tools that you can use. For example, like we had earlier, this lineup, it looks like a very short range lineup, right? Kimi is not a long range marksman. Um, Esmeralda is not a long range mage. But with the tools that you mentioned, Hylos might be a big deal here. Glorious Pathway straight into the enemy will negate the Farsa when he goes to Feathered Airstrike, and that's great. It's a usual combo, right? Usual combo pairing. Not even in pro play, even in the ranked games, you usually see Kimi plus Hylos equals a lot of wins, right?
There's a thing about there is a thing about tanks, right? To be honest, Tufra, that's probably the best tanks right now of the meta getting banned here for both teams. And there seems to be a drought for like they're both serving for probably one of the tanks, and an Akai could actually come out. A Hylos could actually come out. So there are a lot of things happening right now, and the Philippine meta, they actually like the experiment. I'm kind of seeing the Philippine meta right now. It's on the matter of zoning and picking your fights well, and probably bring in the enemy if you're Brent Esports into their side of the circuit, like the Feathered Airstrike circuit.
Yeah.
Now, what ONIC wants is to just to pick up and just get it early, push the lanes, push the win, and just win from there.
I won't.
So, and, so the Farsa I think is probably the bane to the Kimi's push, but as long as they can take out the Farsa, I don't really think that anybody can stop Kimi from pushing the win.
Yeah, I think that Farsa was the control, right? The control. Of course, we're not done with the draft yet, guys. We will start to into a remake. I think since that Layla pick, that sounds like that sounds like it's not gonna happen. Don't worry. Which is sad for the Layla mains in the world. But I feel like there's still ways for them to recover from it, right? And like you said, there is a bit of a drought in terms of the hero pickings, but these are things that they might need to get used to, right? They have to start getting used to this, and especially all the teams the Philippines, I think, have to get used to this because of the incoming five man setup. Now that's something that I think a lot of people wonder about others. What do you think? Is it really that big a deal? And will all the tanks be banned because of the five man setup?
Um, Looking back for season one, ever since then, we really had a fixed hero pool of heroes. Just to get a fixed hero pool of heroes. That's actually kind of redundant. Going back, we really had a small pool of in terms of going to season two up to season five. And I feel season five there's a bit of a shake up in terms of just getting the heroes. They actually made sense of this, they actually made sense of that because the funnel was there. But now, looking at it with 10 bans onto the line, five for both teams, I think teams will really need to experiment more.
Yep. I feel like
And I
sorry.
think and I think the meta will evolve just because of this 5 band setup. 10 band setup, rather.
Yeah, that's gonna be coming in next time. Obviously, not for this week. That's gonna be happening next week. And you're absolutely right. I'm looking forward to the picks that we have been ignoring for how many seasons. Because teams, they're starting to pick these. They keep picking these same heroes over and over again for a simple reason, right? Because it works, and no one's stopping them. Now, the only thing stopping them is those extra 2 slots per team to ban out. That is a big deal. Will we see the resurgence of, like you said, Akai has been one of those heroes that is only used in certain situations. And now, a lot of teams might start to think about the Akai because Kufra's going to be banned, Kylo's going to be banned most likely, right? You have so many times, so many slots for banning.
Exactly.
And yeah,
Exactly. And the thing is, Rockhart, you really have to notice for the 3 band setup, for the 6 band setup, rather, you set priority on Kufra and Atlas getting
yeah,
banned.
that's already happening.
So what more if we get 10 bans? That's probably people seeing no tanks in a game just because they ban all viable tanks into the meta. Or they ban all viable tanks for the current situation.
I think we
I
should.
mean,
Yeah,
it is a possibility. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that's going to happen, but it is a possibility. It could happen anytime, and we're probably going to see, supports running around, just being mages, initiators, not getting priority, and it could happen. Like, I'm I'm just trying to choreograph here. These are the things that the players will try to study and will try to, integrate into their play style coming next week.
that's something that teams just have to be prepared for. We're not saying it's always going to happen, but previously from experience, we already feel like there's a shortage of tanks already, right? When you're picking for pro play, for professional play, like everyone just wants to remove Kufra for some reason. At the same time, teams that like picking Kufra are already feeling sad. What more? Like what more when we go into that system? And now before we've seen it happen, I think a few times where a lot of the priority tags maybe 4 or 10 banned by 2 teams, and now only one team is needed. Like only one team needs to decide, guys, do we want to play against this season, this game, or do you want to ban all the marksmen? Anyway, that's been happening anyway, right? For the current meta, I feel like marksmen have been going down in priority already. No need to ban a marksman. Maybe some of the supports, big time supports that we've seen. Hoopa, big deal. Loro Yi, despite being nerfed, still has the same mechanics as before. So will that happen?
I mean, we are going to see that next week. But right now, you know what? I want to see the 10 band setup as a challenge for our teams. Just diversify their hero pool, get more heroes to play. Because you know what? Some of these teams they have extra bans for these heroes that the other teams could probably use. I mean, if you don't have the Ling, if you don't have Ling, I'm just giving an example, then probably there is a slot for Lancelot to get banned as well. So as long as the team is reading you like a book, they're gonna have a lead on what you're gonna try to get. And some of the coaches, well, almost all of the coaches here in the MPL has the capability to pinpoint where you're from and point who you're gonna ban. Because the thing is, this is very different from the qualifiers. For the qualifiers, we're seeing the questionable picks.
A lot
As
of questionable picks.
as some may say, yeah, I kind of agree with that as well. But you know, these questionable picks might be a possibility that they can become, an adjustment pick in terms of the 5-man, 10-man banning system. So I don't know. It's just, it's, I'm kind of scared of it actually. Because to be honest, it pushes our players forward.
Yeah.
I feel great about it because it forces the teams, it forces the analysts, it forces the coaches to, be the better, be a better version of themselves. That it's a challenge. It's a challenge. But then again, Rockhart, are we gonna see heroes that we love? Are we still gonna see a Link? Are we still gonna see a Lancelot? Are we still gonna see an Atlas or a Kufra getting picked once it turns into a 10-man dance? Is it my question?
That's true. Teams are in the coming weeks, most likely, the teams that have a bigger hero pool, meaning the most amount of heroes that they can watch, that they can use rather, is definitely going to have a big advantage right off the bat. And teams that are slower in adapting will obviously have a hard time. So this is going to be a test early on whether or not you're going to be fit for playoffs already, right? Because you're going to lose a lot of points if you're super slow in adapting. And those are the big tests that our teams in the MPL are currently going to experience. You know what I'm wondering? I wonder if that's gonna happen someday to ranked games as well. Like if we play ranked games, will we see 5 ban as well? That sounds like it's gonna be big, a big.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. I remember the 6-man setup got updated into rank.
That's true.
For it did follow the trend of MPL. So I mean, if you're playing the 5-man, 10-man ban system for the big leagues, I think the competitive rank system should get the same treatment as well. Because higher ranks may lead to you going into MPL. So having that taste of the 10-man ban setup is, probably going to be the best thing for you.
Yep. So hope you viewers are ready for that. I hope you guys are getting ready for adjust well, because I feel like it's not just the pros that are gonna have to do it. Maybe someday you guys are also gonna be able to do that as well. So coming into this matchup again, if you guys are wondering what's up, we are waiting for the teams to get ready into the lobby. You saw earlier we were already halfway through the draft. I think someone kind of lagged into. I think maybe internet. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, both teams are actually having a bit of issues on their own picking, so we'll get to the draft as soon as the teams are ready. So don't worry, guys, and just stay chill. All right, don't worry, guys. So for now, Butters, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about what's a comparison between Flap and Basic. Who do you think is the better addition to their team? I know a lot of our viewers who are hardcore esports fans have already, as well as you, obviously, have already seen that. I wonder who's going to be the bigger guy here for both of these teams. We'll talk about that later, but before that, we're going to go on a quick break whilst we wait for the teams to get ready. Once more, this is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6, first day of the first of the regular season. I'm Rockhart. This is Butters. We'll catch you guys in a few moments.
Get 1 gig data all day, every day. For mobile legends and more.
only as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changer. Choose network that gives you truly enjoy. How do you know about this gig life? Simple and smart ako. When uncertainty is our reality, rise above with the things that matter. Gigabyte happiness. Gigabyte love. Gigabyte friendship. Gigabyte dreams. Gigabyte home. Smart Giga music. Video, games, work, and stories. Whether you're passionate or free, new world we face together. Smart. Live Giga. Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit. Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time to switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Back Free.
Unstoppable. Yeah. This is my thinking. Wake up! You job! How is this possible? You are getting rusty.
No. How did it end up like this? No.
Welcome to reality. The strongest rules them all. In hopes of stopping the Guardian Dragons from fully regaining their strength, Dragon sent his minions to attack the Dragon Sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the Guardian Dragons barely had the power to guide the Dragon Warriors. How can a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary and walk with a weight in hand?
Your team destroyed the turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Your team destroyed the turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree. Double kill. Godlike. Legendary. Legendary. Triple kill. Maniac.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this gig of life? Simple and smart ako. When uncertainties are reality, you rise above with the things that matter. Gigabyte happiness. Gigabyte love. Gigabyte friendship. Gigabyte dreams. Gigabyte hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories. We let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga. Realme smartphone, dare to leap. Realme Watch, time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash.
You've got me on the edge. Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Back 3. For a closer shave. Switch to Gillette Back 3. Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill.
I oppose you.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Download for free. Mobile Legends. Bye-bye. God, the Black Dragon has no one, nothing can stop me now.
stopping the Guardian Dragons from fully regaining their strength. The Kraken sent his minions to attack the Dragon Sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the Guardian Dragons barely had the power to guide the Dragon Warriors. A broken warrior from the Northern Vale entered the sanctuary, and one would await ahead.
Your team destroyed the turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Your team destroyed the turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree. Double kill. Godlike. Legendary. Legendary. Triple kill. Maniac.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose a network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainties are reality, we rise above the things that matter. Gigabyte happiness. Gigabyte love. Gigabyte friendship. Gigabyte dreams. Gigabyte hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
any smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Mac 3.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6. First day of the first week here. Of course, your shoutcasters of Rockhart. This is Butters. And we are getting into the game finally for ONIC-PH versus Bren.
We did have a bit of technical difficulties, but right now it is resolved. Remember, guys, we are dealing with technology, and sometimes it may get the best of us. But we have resolved it, and we are going to bring you a fair fight between two of the best teams in the MPL. Because for the MPL, it's all about integrity. Having a fair match, not giving any advantage to the other team. That's what the MPL is all about. This is equal ground. This is equal ground for the players ever since season one.
That's always been our thing here in the MPL. We never start matches unless we're 100% sure that all external variables are like, taken care of first, and it's all about player skills. So no matter what other people say that let's just start the match already, just go start, just go start, just go start. We will not start until everything is good. And we are in the spirit of esports where everything is fair and everyone is playing their best. So getting into this matchup, we will be going into the draft really, 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 really soon. I think that's happening right now. And I'm just super excited. We will start from the beginning, by the way. I think both teams have agreed we should start the draft from the beginning. And that means the previous picks that we talked about, that's suddenly erased. I'm a little sad. We already did the in-depth analysis, and but they might just do it again for some reason.
I mean, they did for
Why
the
not?
first phase of the match. And wow, ONIC-PH here, they're still gonna stick with that Kali, and probably a Kimi. If ONIC-PH, they could still go for the Kimi if they want to. I think it's still a good strategy,
Yep.
just to have that Kimi onto your lineup. But ONIC-PH, they would make a bit of an adjustment here. They would just stick with the two sustain heroes that they can for in the first draft that we had earlier. They would go for the Esmeralda and the Kali. The Kali.
Right.
I almost said another character
Another one.
from
Right.
from
We
a
almost
fighting
hit
game.
another one.
From a fighting game. Now,
Look very similar. Yeah.
It looks very similar. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Bren Sports, on the other hand, they will still go for it Farza and the usual. Uh, Probably two of the best heroes, if ever Yuzhong can, just control heroes here from the side of ONIC PH with Farza inside the Federer Strike Rather. I think it's a very formidable combination, and it just, you can isolate people with these heroes.
That's true. And we are probably going to see a lot of, you know, a lot of different ways that you can use the Farsa, especially against a lineup like this, where they replace the Kimmy with a Roger. Okay, that's that kind of shapes things up a little bit into a more death ball melee composition that we have for Onyx PH. And if I was Bren Esports, man oh man, I would really like to ban out Hylos, or I would not want Hylos to be in this team. However, they will ban out the Hilda instead, which is super understandable at the same time, right? Like, it's just so difficult to deal with Hilda for some reason, a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. To be honest, Rockhart, and seeing the same bands here on the side of Brennan
Yeah.
Sports, it's still the same formula. But for Onyx PH, they go for the Roger, and they have two guys with full beards right now
Yeah.
on their lineup. On their lineup, and you cannot get more manlier than that. But they do have Esmeralda just to balance things, balance things. But another
Another one!
guy with a full beard. Another guy with a full beard.
Wow!
Okay, Sonic PH. I like their lineup. It's a very, in your face lineup to be exact.
It
Because
is.
the thing is, Bako just try to, how do I say this? Uh, go through the Farsa,
Yep.
probably. Force the Farsa to get out, uses her bird form to just get out of the way. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think it will be relatively easy for Parson to get out of harm's way, unless there's like super strong bursts coming in from Onyx PH. And Onyx PH, they have been a team that has been known to do stuff like this. Like remember in their when they debuted in season 4, they were like picking heroes that we were wondering why would you pick that hero. We always said that way back in season 4, and we learned our lesson early on that never to doubt Onyx PH, especially with lineups that we have never seen before. And they're choosing up that Cyclops probably as the last pick, and not, I don't even mind it anymore. But on the other side, Bren Esports looks like it's the more what's the word for it? It's more balanced, more steady lineup compared to Onyx PH, who just wants to go unlimited. Let's go for it to fight kind of lineup, right?
Uh, okay, so I'm kind of seeing the lineups here onto the side of Onyx PH. I like the idea that the Esmeralda is there.
Yeah.
Like this hero is actually complements the four heroes that Onyx picked. Onto the side of Brent Esports, I mean they have brought a bit of a problem to the side of Onyx PH. But Onyx PH did answer with a Cyclops, so there is a catch, in terms of the Hayabusa. But I think that is going to be one hard part
Yeah.
to lock. The thing is, the Hayabusa can just use quad shadows to get in and out.
Now I wonder if we are going to see this Farsa dominate this game because of the range advantage, or will we see Onyx PH go full swing into 5 people here? Let's find out as we head into the game. Ready Sports versus Onyx PH, game 1.
Okay, so I like the show tank or support that they're doing here. It's on Lusty side, so you know that it's gonna go for that concussive blast emblem. I actually like it because it gives an extra oomph to this show.
That's right.
Like Cho won't be getting the normal items that he uses. Like he won't be getting those Blade of Despairs or anything like that. But he will still get the extra health from the other
And
from the
there's
other
extra
class.
damage, but you also have to note that this show is going to be a little bit squishier than the show that we usually see, simply because it is on a mass setup, especially in the early game.
Mhm.
Maybe later on they can compensate for it, but for now they will have to deal with just some really good picks And so far, so good for both teams. They are not showing any big signs of weaknesses yet. And everyone, all the carries are getting the farm that they need.
And speaking of weaknesses here for the side of Bren Esports, I just feel that as long as the lanes remain stagnant, nothing's happening in any of the sides here on the map. Like Yaknu will just be forcing out that those average procs to just get him the extra goal that he needs to go online early.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy, Lusty almost got taken care of there. But feathered airstrike, good amount of damage. Carl Teamsy cleans it up and will be going for first blood on this year.
I like the thing about Few here is just showing us how good is he in just calculating the damage. He saw Jay just goes for the feathered airstrike, and he just called Cartzy and just went, okay, finish it off. You got this.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good because you also want to get you as much damage out as possible. Let's have a look at the instant replay there for Lusty. A pretty good bait, forcing Jade to go out of position. That's pretty smart. And then of course Carl Teasy, despite being the Hayabusa, is allowing Feud to pick that.
And that is Gillette instant replay, the best a man can get, and save the day. Yeah, save the day. I kind of remember that. That was probably the best thing or the best hashtag that I
Yeah,
heard earlier.
yep.
But right now, day, it's here, and look at this. Oh my goodness, that dragon, Rockheart, that dragon.
Yep, the dragon is real, a double for Few, and they just keep going on and on and on. Flat Teasy and Carl Teasy, a great combo for invading the buff at this point of the game. Now it's going to be Bren Esports with the ability to go straight into ONIC PH for that turtle, but they will just take it slow and steady, knowing that the rest of ONIC PH might be starting to get in position.
Now, Yuzhong there, just using the ultimate to get in the phases here on the side of on the PH. It was enough to force them back out, and it was enough for Brent Esports to get one kill out of it. And that says a lot.
Yeah, it really does. It says a lot considering uh, how how far ahead Red Esports feels like right now. But the economy is showing something different. It's just 1.4K considering so many things that happened already. No wonder if Red Esports is capitalizing well on the kill advantage that they have.
And Dilar here will be the next target. There is the shadow kill. Dilar, he's just way too tanky, and I think that's Khaled's thing. Like Khaled will, as long as Khaled can press those skills, it won't really be a problem.
That's true. Again, the Khaled is there's a good reason why the Khaled just keeps getting picked up here over and over again, right? And I like that. I like that the Khaled is the sustainability for Khaled has been noticed by our teams, and that's just how Khaled is going to be played. It's going to be super difficult to dive on him, but Dilar somehow is just pulling.
Uh, Currently, on the other hand, he's just having a good time. Just getting the spoils of war here. Venus will be the target. Goodness gracious! Look at this.
Oh my
You
god!
go. They're forcing their way. They're breaking the doors of ONIC PH, and ONIC PH. They need to find an answer. I think this is it.
Yep, this is starting to look like it. On PH, they are capitalizing on the lack of teammates here for Bren Esports, but Bren says we don't even need teammates. We will just keep fighting as long as that TZ is alive, and he's getting everything he wants.
Yeah, Kipri is just doing work rock hard for Flap. He's not even going back to base just because the killing spree is working also well for Flap. Flap, the Bloodless Axe is there, and you will get the extra tankiness or extra sustain that he needs in the coming fights.
And there were so many moments where Flap Easy could actually have died because of the killing spree emblem. He just keeps on going. Like, there is just no way to stop this guy so far because everyone who's supposed to stop him is also not getting the items they need yet.
Mhm. But at least ONIC PH is actually answering with their own offense.
Yeah, for sure. The offense is so great here for ONIC PH. Going straight into it, Lusty with the way of the dragon. The ONIC PH squad is running for it, and you doing a great job of providing the damage output. And Carl Easy pulling up for it.
Oh my goodness, Sonic PH just falling like rocks. Oh my goodness, Onyx PH, they cannot find a way to stop the aggression from Bren Esports. And the only reason why that's happening is because they get caught off guard. They get uh, they get caught off guard like this. Even the dragon was there. Oh my Venus can't really do anything about that. Yep. Oh my Venus doesn't have the flicker. He has the purify. So it really says a lot here to the side of Onyx PH.
Yeah, Flappy didn't even need to go there. I mean, Carl Easy and Fuel already had that in the bag. That's how powerful the Red Esports squad is right now. Now we are on a 9-1. They got a 10-1 while I was talking about that. Carl Easy out of nowhere picks up Esmeralda. That is a big problem, but look at this. On the PH, they still want to go for the fight here. And they are not stopping at all despite lower on the itemization priority. Lusty and the rest of Red here are back into the fight, and because of that, DR falls, and now Flapeasy is in position.
That was a very nice play coming out here from Bren. They catch Dilar and they burst down Dilar's back. And Khalid, as long as he can't use his skills, he cannot sustain himself. And that was a prime example there. Bren Esports, they know what they're doing. They're just rolling with it, and they're probably gonna get the game number one W here if Onyx PH doesn't find an answer ASAP. 13-1 is the scoreline right now, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, what is gonna be the answer? I mean, so far I'm drawing up a blank here because the supposed answers for the lineup are falling down hard. Wise on the Roger 0-1 and 0, not even utilizing that killing spree I'm gonna get. Same with Vilar, to be the solid anchor for Onyx PH is 0-3-1.
The thing about this Esmeralda pick is he didn't really, take advantage of it early game. With Iyaknu, he had the Avarice on hand, but the thing is, there wasn't even a fight that went on the side of Onyx PH. Right? They were really banking on the fact that Iyaknu will have a good game, just because when you get the average, you are expecting Igaku to just take the other enemy team heroes. And when you have the average, that means you want to force fight as early as possible so you can get to the threshold easily.
Get all that maximum gold. Sounds like a good deal, right? But like because of the lack of team fight capabilities of Onyx PH or Bren Esports running away with the map. Not being scared to go into their own jungle.
Yes, that is true, Rawhard. Onyx PH, they don't have any more map control. Brent Esports here, they are just waiting for the Lord to march onto the middle lane. They're probably going to try and just get that. While Kartzi here is giving importance to that orange buff.
Yep, and starting slowly but surely, the Lord is walking on the mid lane. It's starting to look like they're going to have a hard time defending this tower because I feel like this is just going to be taken over by Brent Esports. Look at the top lane and bottom lane minions going in at the same time while the mid is being wailed on by the Lord. That is a great position for defender. Airstrike, Lord will go down, and the rest of Onyx PH trying to dive in on the back line in the mid lane, but nothing is going their way. Left easy on the back of the base, just surviving like crazy. And look at this. The base of Onyx PH is now in shambles. How did they get back from this one? Hard to say, as this might be the last big team fight.
Right, so here he's just being very patient. He gets caught out with the falling star. Can they get a kill? And Yahoo hit by the falling star. And that knockback. Rockard. This is a lot of just going in and with. Wow, that's just not they're even trying at this point. Yeah, just goes to show that Bernie's just dominated the whole game.
And even Lusty playing around in the base of H here, not even that afraid. Can boom! Feel with a feather strike, takes care at two targets. no problem. Should be it. That's a wipeout. That's a W. Red Esports got a 20 to victory against ONIC PH.
Onyx, Onyx. They had a good plan there. They really wanted to snowball with the Esmeralda, even had the Avarice. But Flap and the others, they just stopped them on their tracks. If you hear, I'm seeing a hint of the old championship view that we saw way back. And this is his form.
Yep. This is the feud, that I really like this, right? Man, he has been slumping very hard on season 5. I feel like they've also admitted that, right? And they only bounced back. That game was the big statement game here for Red Esports. Look at the way they did way back then. Back in season 1, they were finishing games very hard, and I really like the strong finish as well here for Red Esports.
Yeah, Bren Esports, as I've said, looking back, ONIC PH was the one who took them down on the lower bracket final. So it's really, the drive of Bren Esports just proved themselves that they're better than ONIC PH this season. ONIC PH, it's very uncharacteristic for them to just lose like that. I mean, for the longest time, or for 2 seasons already, ONIC PH has been consistent in winning their first game into the MPL. So now this is one thing that you really need to, put in mind. Like ONIC PH, they cannot lose game number 2 that easily. Because the thing is, if who wins this, it's almost on the idea of just getting back their confidence, getting a lot of confidence against the former runner-ups. And for ONIC PH, if they win this, they can just undermine what Bren Esports has put into the training and practice before season 6.
Big difference, obviously, from ONIC PH and Bren Esports right now. And because of that momentum swing, though, I mean, is the conversation we had earlier even true, right? Now, we're going to talk about that a little bit later on, but before that, we are going to go on a short break. And then I'm Rock Hard, this is Butters. So 1-0, will we see a 2-0? Let's find out. We head back here. See you in a bit.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga 99.
Early Candid, early Yuzhong picks, at nakita rin tayo ng early Parsa picks. And later on, we will discuss the importance of the heroes that I just mentioned. One thing that we do have to take note is this battle between the Hayabusa and the Roger always is a battle, it's a tug of war during the early game. These are two heroes that are so dependent on early snowball that if a team that snowballs, hindi na sila mapipilan ng kabilang. That's the nature of this early game lineups. And unfortunately para sa ONIC page, yung gamble na to na ginawa nila wasn't enough. I also want to talk about this backstrapping coming out from ONIC page. While it makes a lot of sense against your Yuzhong, against your Kacha, hindi rin ito talaga yung best na heroes on that tank role that we can see in the meta that we're running right now. Before that, why don't we talk about the item? Honestly, standard stuff from all teams, from both teams. And gusto ko lang tignan nyo dito is use Peps because of the fact na ang napakaganda ng kanyang progression dito, yung black contest team as well the Durance. The Durance made I would say it made dagger Sonic PH. The Durance this allows regeneration from opponents, which is great versus your Esmeralda definitely, and it's the Hadid that is as well as the Roger. So almost all ng heroes of the page was answered by few. Now we're going to see our post-match data. It only went until 11 minutes 24 seconds. But I guess the orange buffs and the purple buffs claimed. Ito yung talagang ridiculously nasa side ng Bren Esports. But the better explanation for this is after the first round of buffs, na medyo even naman ng both teams. In fact, the early rotations, like the first rotations of both teams are just even. Pero na yung break-even nangyari is the breakdown Bren Esports, and eventually they took hold of the game, they took control of it, and they did not let it go. I also want to take note all of turtles in this specific game belong to Bren Esports. And you're gonna wonder, where did it start? There are two turning points or two breaks of the game, I would say, para dito sa nangyari natin laro. First, the early game. Absolutely very good start coming out from both teams. Even yan. Pero masasabi natin na ang nanalo din talaga in the early stage was Bren Esports because of the first clash that they won. Maybe we can see that in the smart highlights of the first blood of favor Bren Esports. You can see the goal. Pretty even. Kaso napasama ng pwesto dito si Jade, na-punish siya. And after that, tuloy-tuloy na ang pagkuha ng Bren Esports ng EXP. Do take note that the team fight of Bren Esports is so good when it comes to the AOE factor that they have. They have Parsa, meron silang Yuzhong na AOE initiations din. And you also have this Cho from Lusty, na supporting role, by the way. One mask setup for Bren Esports only on Lusty. And he actually allowed for Bren Esports to have a lot of good team fights in the early. It's like this starting yung field na yan. May na-skip tayo dito na team fight, which I think is the second turning point of the game. Na doon mo talaga natin sasabi na wala na, Bren Esports have already taken over the game. That happened in 6 minutes. What you're seeing right now in your screen is just Bren Esports sineselebrate na lang nila yung lamang nila over ONIC. But the real turning point for me was during the 6-minute mark, which I call one of the good builds coming up from Bren Esports. They have built through the lineup on the PH with a very nice execution. Meron na una, which is Ribo and Lusty in the front lines, and then merong biglang Yuzhong from Capizi sa likod. And it really caught on the pitch off guard to a point where they eventually lost that clash, and any contention during all throughout the game is already lost past on the page. Ladies and gentlemen, after the 60 minutes, you can honestly say that Bren Esports have already won this game. For the 5 minutes thereafter, the only page was just at the mercy of Bren Esports. Our smart MVP of the game, however, is you with a 709 ADA stat. Mind you, this is I think I can honestly say that this is a core Barca that started with the Clown Destiny as well as the Durance, which is, I would say, really gave a lot of team fight prowess for us at Bren Esports. That Durance really is the nail in the coffin of ONIC because most of their heroes, their Baksha, their Esmeralda, had independent talaga sa regeneration as a sustain. That was game number 1 of Bren Esports versus ONIC. Let's see kung makakabalik ng ONIC sa ating game number 2 as we throw it back to the casters. Oh,
Thank you very much for those insights, Wolf. And I think Wolf kind of put the nail straight into the coffin of that analysis, where we saw the turning points for Bren Esports, the big moments where they definitely secured that lead, 2 points, and both of those I think involved Jay, which is a bit sad because Jay's usually such a good guy in position.
I mean, this is the time where the tanks just need to step up, the supports need to step up, just because a lot of these tanks will get banned, and I'm 100% sure that at times it's going to be the case because you're gonna get put in a position where you're not really comfortable. And the Baksha there, it's a good pick, but you don't really see Jay going for those heroes. So I mean, they really have to adjust on the fly, and I think Jay was put in a very uncomfortable position. That's why he had a bit of a problem in terms of positioning. But for game number 2, at least ONIC PH can just rally back and take this to a game number 3. That's one of the things that you really have to look out for ONIC PH is they don't give up easy.
Yeah, that's always been their trademark. This despite I think having some very mismatched or very difficult games, ONIC always rose up to the challenge, and I wonder if that's going to be the case here as well, right? So that's those big questions that we have. This box is, I think, you're right on the top of it. Feels like it was first on the J, and what do right? You just into the enemy and hope your team can up. Because if you want sometimes or most of the time,
Yeah,
one pro there's no doing that anymore. Right? Depending on the
I mean, that is one of the things that you have for if you're on the side of Sonic PH. If you either that on game number one, it once you never go back. It's like when there's no in between. There's no surviving for people in your team. That's happening. It went onto the side of money, and they did hear that means that you want to have a bit of extended team fight. You don't want your heroes getting picked off. You don't want your heroes getting controlled that easily. Now, in terms of repositioning, they didn't have anything more. They only had the purified, and it didn't really matter onto the side of Bren Esports because Bren Esports at some point they have the Yuzhong, and the Yuzhong will just push people back a bit, like knock them back a bit. Then the capability of Bren Esports to just chase with a Cho and the other, and the Hayabusa, it's just
talk
way
about
too good.
one of the best heroes that you can pick if you really want to reposition that. That's usual, right? You feel the crowd control. While you're Dragon Form, right? They can't do much about it except hope that you fall in the wrong path. Except that Yuzong doesn't bump into three enemies and knock them up at the same time. So that's the big problem that I have here. And like you said, once you go in for on the page earlier, it was either you win completely
Yeah.
or you get wiped out.
Okay.
Those are the only
So
two scenarios.
okay. So just having that certain setup for ONIC PH, I just feel that for game number two, they should just hold back a bit, not go for the fully aggressive lineup that they really had to go for, and just go for probably a more standard pick, like not really a one-dimensional pick. Because if you think about it, the plan on game number one was just to get in their faces and just wipe them out.
Yeah.
And I think Red Esports had the freedom to just pick what style that they wanted to play. If they want to go aggressive, they have the usual for it. And they wanted to go for the pickoff, they had the Hayabusa for it. So there were a lot of things going on there for Bren Esports, and I feel in terms of drafting, you know, Bren, they got the better side of that.
Yeah, they absolutely did. They got the better side of most of it. Plus, not to mention, Bren looked super comfortable in running and dealing with that lineup. They looked like they knew what they were doing at every point of the fight. Whether it's going for the invade, like Wolf said, you saw how many blues were stolen. That was, I think, 8 or taken rather. That was 8 blues versus 1 blue for ONIC, right? Those stats are crazy.
Yeah, those stats are crazy, but you know what, Rahart? That is the power of the Hayabusa with
That's
Red.
true. You probably you can probably go for the
It enables you.
kill. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and even the ultimate of the Cyclops, you can just get away from it. I mean, you cannot disjoint it in any way. But what you can do is when this go back.
Yeah.
They just go back. And that's how it works. You don't really have to, spend a lot of skills to, put yourself into safety. I really see a trend of banning out these supports, these stacks this season 6. Probably there's still some change along the way, Rocker, that we are going to see a bit of a nerfs and buffs in terms of these heroes, but You know what? I think for the first half of this regular season, I think the tanks and supports are gonna get banned a lot. So people, if you're watching right now, if you're preparing right now for your matches, the pro teams, look at this setup that we have. We have zero to tanks that are available, that are S tier. Well, it's probably
Yeah.
the Kufred Atlas, and that's it.
I think they're just the teams might be just starting to get ready for the next week already, because they are obviously their Cho is not picked as a tank anymore. Like the last time Cho was picked as a tank, remember, I think that might have been season 2 or season 1. It's the only way that you pick a Cho. Usually Cho is an off lane whenever he gets picked up. So now teams might be thinking, you know what, maybe we can substitute Cho for some of these heroes.
Mm-hmm. And you are actually seeing a giveaway code right there. And if you're waiting for the giveaway code, they actually have a bonus code as well. So it's right here below us. Just redeem it now. Get a screenshot of it, redeem it, and enjoy your giveaway codes. And that's what you get, ladies and gentlemen, for watching the Mobile Legends Bang Professional League PH Season 6, day number 1 of the regular season. This we have a lot of store for, and this only day number 1. Rock hard. I'm really just excited that MPL is.
I know.
You know what? I know for day number 1 that you're really trying to absorb the energy, but right now I think for game number 2, let's rev it up a bit.
Yeah, we gotta rev it
Just
up.
go all out right now, for sure. Let's go all out. Let's bask in all the things that is MPL for game.
Because you don't want to be 2-0 on day 1. Come on, like if you were on MPL-PH, you don't want to get 2-0 right away, and that only gives Bren Esports so much more confidence coming into the second weeks. The next weeks of the MPL might be if Bren takes it all out, that might be on MPL-PH's fault, right? Because it'll feel so good. It'll feel so good as a player, as coach, to know that this team that has been giving you such a hard time for 2 seasons now, you finally given him a
You know
privilege.
what? It just gives a suggestion like, oh, we're probably doing something right.
Right, exactly.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I like the confidence. Just make more experiments, make more rotations, make more everything in between, and probably that confidence could take them to a grand finals. Who knows? This is Bren. It's a second championship, or Rebo has been denied for a second championship for quite a long time now. Yeah. So I think a lot of these players here, they for season 5, a lot of expectations were on their side, but ONIC PH, they stopped those expectations. They cut the tournament life of Bren Esports loose on the lower bracket finals. So ONIC PH, this is an important battle for them, and they cannot lose this in a 2-0. They have to rally back, take this to game number 3, Brent Esports. If they want the confidence, take it to a 2-0, and that's how you do it in the MPL. No mercy. You just go all out.
Sure.
Day number 1, you go all out.
Basically what you want to do. And do you want to repeat the draft that we saw earlier? Because that draft, man, was like I mentioned before, Bren looked like they knew how to deal with it. It might be a very, very powerful draft. Who knows, right? We might see this work on other teams, but definitely not against a team like Bren. Sees game. On the jungle jet.
Like you're saying that for these prodigies, you know what? There might be a bit of nervousness in terms of just getting the groove inside MPL, because this is still the biggest league in the Philippines.
We are so gonna head into the draft. Come on, we gotta
Yeah.
Show us more of those really good things that you did before. We want to see the old
Now,
ONIC.
going back to our heart with that, uh, he's going to the base of ONIC-PH with his Dragon Form. And he's not really scared by anything. That is a really good sign that Flap is adapting to this, the highest MPL class. Bren Esports, they might be on something here. But ONIC, bad. I really want to see a game three. These two teams, this is probably one of the dream matchups. Let's just call it a star matchup.
Absolutely.
In terms of the
They've been actually really, what do you call this? Been really fighting for who deserves to have the yellow and black, right? Although on the PH had a little bit of white added, but it used to be just black and yellow to go for these guys. So I feel like there's a little bit of chip on both of their shoulders. Like, we're the guys who's just gonna use the yellow to dominate the field. It's starting to look really good for Bren Esports so far. Looking very similar on the Barca, instantly locked out for ONIC by ONIC-PH. I like that. I like they already answered. They are aware that Flap season was really nuts on that zone.
But onto the side of Bren Esports, they got the Selena pick. We're not really sure he's gonna use that. I mean, few picks. One means Selena. He showed us that way back season 2, and that's one of the heroes that got them the championship in the first place. ONIC-PH, they still have for them. Okay, so it really like to go for that one marksman is and a side link show and a side link Uranus. So this is one of their most comfortable drafts yet.
For sure. I feel like this draft is going to. This looks familiar to what each of them plays. Yakno has been so legendary on the show. Last season, he was hunting down Lings. Like last season, Yakno was being drafted as a show purely for the sake of hunting down Lings who are jumping through walls. So, and obviously Lilar Breed works well on the Uranus. It's a very big. You gotta be prepared to get some of that action because it's gonna be very hard to deal with. No bans on the no Esmeralda, by the way, which means this Uranus is gonna have much better.
Okay, I like the Hilda just because it deals consistent damage against the Uranus. It can charge through the Yisun Shin really fast, and that's a thing about fighters right now or the tanks. Sometimes you just need to have those captures. Like these heroes outside of ONIC-PH kind of. I mean Cho and Yisun Shin 100% is gonna kind of as long as the Hilda player here outside of Bren Esports becomes very smart into using those gap closers, I don't think we're gonna have a problem picking them off if and only if he gets a good game.
Yep.
Tams here and the Loyi.
So wow, two solid off-lane tanks, or I would say, whenever I look at maps, I look at a tanky that Thanos can be. So I kind of went for a tank, although obviously he's a fighter. Good front line here coming from ONIC-PH. Loyi, like I mentioned before, right? You feel like Loyi got nerfed a lot. For me, sometimes it's not enough. Loyi just feels so powerful still, despite the nerf. And ONIC-PH is gonna start to show us just that in this game. Now we are looking at the last pick. Bren Esports finally, they have the Selena, one of the tools that they can use. The draft earlier would have been great with the Selena. lives, that target, that was that was supposedly perfect, but since it got banned out, it didn't work. Now it's open for Bren around. And it looks like Bren Esports wants to give them a taste of their medicine here.
Last really made show support or show off that a much more viable hero to pick right now, and for the certain compositions. So I like it. They have the extra capability to just tank up the damage coming out here from the Thams and the arenas. And at the same time, you have Jade that if he plays a stellar game, he can just go for the pickoffs and give Wise all the kills in a silver platter. Now, onto the other side, they have to be really careful for this, and they have to stop them in their tracks. Bren Esports, they did stop ONIC-PH from answering to their game. They didn't really give back the lead, if I do say so myself. So as long as they keep doing that, I'm not seeing any problem with Bren Esports. Nice adjustment coming out from ONIC, and that's
All right,
about
we
it
are
for
into the
Bren.
game here, ladies and gentlemen. Gacha was the last pick for Bren Esports. Solid front line, and if the engages are done correctly, this could mean that Bren Esports can come out with a 2-0. On the other side, ONIC-PH, they are more slow and steady. They will have a great initiate with the low E. Will that happen, though? Let's find out.
Okay, there's a first blood. ONIC-PH. Villar just showing us the Thames prowess, and he really likes this hero.
Yep, you are really likes that fan. And he has been playing it ever since he debuted in the MPL. Now, it's going to be the kill. Revo picking it up. Probably not who they want to get the kill over to, but it will do so now. They're 1-1, and ONIC-PH looking like they are still going to be able to give Brent a hard time in the jungle.
The thing is, just give freedom to your carry. Jay, he got Garota there, but Wise will just dash out. He won't get hit by anything. And Few, waiting for the right time, they catch out the low here. Would he using that purify? He baits them out, and Few going in, but look at that armor. And Few, I think off more than you, but he still gets the kill. But at the process of taking, of course,
Kevin Brenny. Esports, they're on the run here. ONIC-PH looks like they can get a lot of resources if they do it properly, but the Retribution Steel grab resource still gonna go over to Carl T's. He's so good so far on the Roger. He's not allowing any big openings in the Chinked armor, at least on his lane. On the other sides, though, I feel like Red Esports might be loosening up a little bit. And Oh My Venus gonna get trapped here, slowed down by the initial trap. No arrow inside, but the dive in is gonna be real. Flat Easy and Carl Easy combination in the mid lane. Looking really strong.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Another arrow hit for that Few Selena. And this is one of the reasons why you do not give out that Selena to Few. That might have spoken a bit too soon there, as Wise will just take him down. But still, he's doing his job. He's getting the right pickups.
In fairness, it was a nice try. Few was in a very weird position around the turret on the top side because he was want to throw out those arrows and you forget, oh my god, I'm in a very bad spot on the map. And I think that's exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm. In front, he will just go for those scratches. You here will be the next casualty. That's going to be 3 kills on that Selena. Kinda, just giving out these easy kills for the enemy team, not really what we want. Bren Esports, on the other hand,
Yep, they're having a hard time here. So far, Bren Esports looking really hard pressed for answers. Carl TV is doing his very best to get into the fight, get that push ready. But so many members from ONIC-PH means they cannot be engaged. They must give up this red buff, orange buff, whatever it is. It's gonna be Rebo very, very low. Jumps into the fight with 1 HP remaining. Look at the fall on that guy. Really, really nuts. And they are still going on the chase. They dove in on the Loyi. They got what they wanted. Same with you on the J. And once more, Bren Esports 4 down on ONIC PH. They are behind on goal, but so far so good here.
Okay, Rockhard, just analyzing what happened in that fight. It was an ONIC PH win, but they overstayed time was trying to block out Red Esports from their own shot. The thing is, you got a bit of pickups there, and you got their timers going. So when the timer just ended, they were asking to be, to be just controlled in that area and just lose all those heroes. That's a 4-0 on the side of Red East in terms of gold. It's only 500 gold more.
And Bren gets through. Oh my god. Baptiste, look at this guy going ham. Oh my gosh, Bren Esports will be giving up tower on the top lane, but they are still looking really, really strong here, especially Baptiste on the Scallop. Man, we gotta have a look at that one on the Gillette Instant Replay. Hashtag Shade of the Day. Cleaning it up, Carl picks it up and does not even join the fight. They don't need to use that turtle buff to get into that one. They had enough.
They're losing on the idea that they're giving out that much of not really critical, but in a confusing way. Like it's almost every time that ONIC has the capability, they have retribution. It's a 1-1 retribution setup for. Doesn't really seem to feel it right
Yeah,
now
for sure.
for some reason.
I feel like ONIC PH, they have just because of the prize they gave it away. Looking at Flat T, is on the bottom lane as well. His Desert Torrent versus the amount of damage they have. And now it's the invade once more on the red side, the orange side of the map. Cloud.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Rockhart, if a team goes to your second turret when your first turret at the bottom is down, that speaks a lot of Bren's confidence, and Jay will be hit.
And
No, it won't.
beautiful Avatar Guardian from Rebo there. If you just saw, he basically had the knock up. And so Loyi, no more Purify, needs later on their team fight. It's going to be so much better.
That is true. Now, looking into it, Rebo here is going to be playing a lot of this Gatot. I just feel that Brent Esports have been practicing a lot of Gatot recently. Because they know that there's a lack of tanks right now on MLBB.
They're getting ready. They can feel it. They can smell it, but the lack of that, the big upcoming bad change is already being practiced on by Bren Esports, and they are making it work. You got to say it, right? They are making it work so well, but we are not done yet. ONIC PH can still get back into this one. As long as Jay can really find Flapsy, he can really find Few, and that's going to be happening here. But they find Hilda. That's Lusty. Oh my god, so Tank.
There is actually a fight happening here to the bottom lane as well. Oh my Venus and the others, they're stopping Rebo from just controlling them in one side of the map. And Few and the other, they really just want to get the kill. And look at Loyi here. He cannot get anyone to mark. There is no back that's going to happen.
And in this game, really feel right. The lack of the damage output by the Loyi is definitely enough to keep the balance even. So because that small lead that we have now able to the top lane, sorry, the mid second, top second, third, and it can get more with the help of Rebo, and we're surprised how well Rebo was playing sound.
This Rico and Yak, they're having it themselves. They're about to play and got lower, got the shorter end of the stick there. But Flap has the ball.
Yep, and it's so difficult to deal with as well. I mean, that was it. Taking damage is already lost in this. Did not happen. Whoa, breaking off there. This is what I'm talking about. Look at that. People think by today, right card at times, you don't even need to do anything else. As long as your teammates ready to receive, you can get a lot done. With Lograt, they don't think about it. They just go down again. Because there is a snake. You don't do that. Here, you might get caught out. Jade is onto the back track. Look at the Selena when the other team chasing Pilar. No units is there to stop them on the track, but they just go in. They don't have damage to take down this yeah, no, you're basically tagged for Bren. And now Flaptini back onto the field, be able to do something here. This Uranus looking like it's really having a really difficult to skate out because of those. I don't know how they're gonna do this. They need to slow it down. They need to stop that region. They don't want to kill Yaku at any point of this game.
And this Flap here is getting a good game. 6 to 2, 6 kills, 2 deaths, 2 assists. Bren Esports on the other players, they're actually playing quite a decent game as well. It's all because of ONIC. They have a one voice command whenever a team fight, and they do not, you know, their own fights. So they think about it. Fights it coming, for the rest of the sport, just they can get the pick up with the speed and right. Once again, if that they can, win the game from there.
That's right. It's big possibility because of the lack of resources. At the same time, you cannot deal with Uranus. Now it's going to be a big fight here on the top lane. They're trying to see if they act against each other. And so far, I think they're doing all damage he's done, especially the power on the mid lane will be taken out as well. And this is definitely looking bad here for Red Esports. They're starting to just stay inside their base. That is a very bad sign for a team. And ONIC are making it work with a decent Shin.
Mm-hmm. Yisun Shin here, he has good damage, nice range. It can be played with in terms of going melee to being a range. And one of the things that's really annoying about this Yisun Shin is he goes down right now.
That's the only weakness, basically, right, of a Yi Sun Shin. It goes down super early on, and now the rest of your team is looking for that damage out. There is nothing. Now it looks like Red Esports are a lot heavier than they feel like, but people are going down one by one here on the team fight. So all of a sudden, looks like Red Esports gonna get aced here, and that will be the case. They're gonna go for the mid lane. That's a wipeout. I think that might be it.
Oh, Iyakdu a bit, playing with fire there.
Yeah.
And Iyakdu doesn't really care, he just goes in and they game number 2. This could be a possibility, but few still has a chance to defend this, but it won't really matter as it goes down. And ONIC they take this series to a game number 3. And wow, what a game coming up from it. They really knew how to push the buttons of Bren Esports, and I was saying it won't really be a Bren ONIC matchup if it's gonna end at game number 2.
No, it's not. Absolutely. It's actually really the last of Red Esports. They have always been having 2-1s, right? We saw that earlier with the matchup. And I think they're keep this trend up. They're just gonna basically just like boxing each other at this point with the way that they're
Mhm.
playing around the map. They killed Wise right off the bat, which is should have been already a win, but somehow their collapse on the jungle area was not effective. I mean, they all died almost at the same time. I'm super surprised by
But
that.
I think Wolf has a lot more to say about this game, and we are going to throw it back to him. But before that, we will be heading into a short break. I am Butters, he's Rockhart, and we will be back.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game be great with Smart Giga 99.
The way you live your life is in the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
And we did mention na may possibility na makabawi on stage with just how they performed, how they drafted it.
And that, my friend, was Wolf. And great analysis and great messages coming up from you guys at home watching MPL-PH Season 6. And you know what? It's a Friday night. Just enjoy it with family. Enjoy it at home. And we are still your shoutcasters for the English Street. I am Butters. He is Rockhart. And man, game number 3, Rockhart. Did you expect anything less from these teams?
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about this. We said, yeah, this is going to be a game. Yeah, all of us were already predicting that. And ONIC PH definitely showed us a very good draft, like I think, like Wolf said. Um, and it's always so good to hear about from the community, right? Especially when the community is just so good in just spectating, and they're always looking for these games, right? And it feels good to know that we are not alone. Uh, Whenever, even though we are all of us, like our friends or family, sometimes we have to be far apart from each other. We're still all in this together, and we can still enjoy activities together, like what a lot of our viewers are doing at their own homes as well with their friends online.
I mean, 2020 only beats you when you concede to it, but we can still make the most out of our days, especially in in here. But right now, I have to ask Rockhart, with Manjin and I, one of the casters of MPL as well, we did make a prediction video. Like, it went with 2-1 Onyx just because we did agree that it was a 50-50 in the first place.
Yep, yep.
He went for 2-1 Onyx, I went for 2-1 Red.
Someone.
Oh, I have to ask, who do you agree with?
Man, do an Onyx sounds like that's what they usually say, right? Like that's what usually happens with Onyx games. And I really like it. I really like the idea, the fact that Onyx is gonna come out here with a reverse sweep. But I feel like Bren Esports, I feel like Flap PC is just getting started, right? And we haven't seen Basic. We haven't seen whether or not Basic is going to be included in the lineup. So I feel like I have a bit more confidence with Bren coming into this one, just because it's not easy, man. We've been talking about it even before the game started, and he is living up to the hype.
Yeah, there. I mean, the idea, one of the ideas of Flap there is, even though they lost game number 2, they still have had a good game.
Yeah, yeah. That could have gone either way, and you saw that they were dropping they were dropping in tempo in the mid game. Onyx was looking like they were dropping. They left Wise. They allowed Wise to be taken out without any retribution. I guess the follow up from Brent was just super sloppy, but Onyx is not unkillable in these comeback scenarios, right? They have shown their weaknesses, and Bren has also shown their own. But again, Bren Esports historically have always been so good in these matchups. Let's see if that can happen later on.
That is true. That is true. And you know what's true? There are giveaway codes down there, so make sure you guys, you just claim those codes because those codes are going to help you have a better experience in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You get a lot of freebies from it, and who knows, maybe your next hero could come out from those codes. So,
Yep.
Rockhart, the thing is, historically speaking, we've been talking about history for quite some time now. 1-1, Onyx and Bren. Now, if Bren Esports wins this, we had three matches on record that Onyx had the upper hand on. It's still a 2-1. It still favors Sonic PH. So I really just, want to see how Brent answers it from here. Like for the longest time, the bane to Brent's existence is probably Sonic PH.
Yep. I mean, we've always been touting Signal to be the sworn enemies of Bren Esports, but for the past 2 seasons, we've actually seen this team right here in front of the Onyx PH doing all the bad things to Bren Esports. Let's get into the matchup from Bren Esports. That's true though. That's true, right?
Can I ask, Crawford, what are those bad things?
Yeah, we'll see probably later on.
Okay.
Right? We'll see this
Got it. Got it.
But no, Khaled looks like he's gonna be the insta lock here. Apparently, for a lot of teams, do you agree with the power levels that they're putting up here for Khaled? I feel like they might be over hyping this hero. And so far, I feel like all Khalids they have lost, right?
Eh,
Yeah, game one, Khalid was on the other side.
Uh, I mean, whoever picked the Khaled didn't really have the extended team fight that they wanted to go for. So ONIC PH, when they picked it game number one, it was a Yuzong stomp.
Oh
That
yeah,
overperformed, and they just destroyed ONIC PH. But on the other side of game number two, it was ONIC PH who abused this Khaled. I mean, it's like Flap had a good game. Like it was 6-4-4 at some point in the game, and they could have won it if they just chose their fights wisely. But on PH, they did have the better decision making that game. So I'm just saying, Bren Esports, they might make the most out of this Khaled right now if they just go for those heroes and they just go for a deny pick. What do you think about this, Robert?
I'm not sure about it though. I feel like it did very well for Few, but you know what? Few is not. He's one of those guys that can master a lot of heroes. It's not a hyper hard deny. It's not super hard deny, but at the same time, they they kind of can make it work as long as they lock in the Kufra, which surprisingly, finally, Kufra got locked into this, Butters. I know you really. Everyone has always been super amazed by big Tyrant's Rage from big Kufra players, right? I mean, when you think about it, a lot of the biggest plays of MPL recently have been from Kufra. So,
But the thing about it is, Robert, it's not always about those big fight ultimates. It's the capability of a Kufra to just zone you out, make you uncomfortable. Because there is always, at the back of your head, there's always this thing about this big jump that's going to happen. And that can, just push you back into a wall and just deal enough damage to take you all down. And that's the thing about Kufra. It's not about the big team fight ultimates. It's about how Kufra plays with your head.
and Kufra usually just does that very well. Like
Yeah.
even if you're just charging your Tyrant's Revenge, like simply just posing like that, it feels like you can do so much psychological damage to your enemy already, right? So
I like the term.
I
I
know
like
what
the
you're
term
talking
though.
about.
I like the term. I like the term.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about here, and obviously, as a big Kufra player yourself, you know how to use that, right? So, a Lancelot will be picked up first for the season. Lancelot looking like a good sub all the time for a Link. Every time you want to go aggressive and you can't pick a Link, you pick a Lancelot, right? That's always been the case. And they will be able to prop in a mage. Who are we looking for here?
I like the Lance pick though. Like the Lance pick is a kind of one of the heroes that Kufra has a hard time, dealing with. You know, those one-time dash mechanics that goes to a cooldown as long as they use it, it's going to be a bit of hard for the Lance. But for the Lance, it actually resets if you don't get to hit one. If you hit someone that you didn't really hit before, so you have two options to go at it, and you can use the Thorn Crows to just get out of harm's way and just probably move out of the way of the bouncing ball if the Kufra is there in front of you.
Yep, that's right. Again, Lancelot is usually has a hard time. Obviously, he can't go through the bouncing ball by himself, but usually Lancelot can just go escape right away. He doesn't need to deal with the Kufra. Sometimes he can go around it. That's why Lancelot suddenly made a recurrent resurgence back in season 5 and season 6 qualifiers. Now it's going to be up to Bren Esports with the good Loyi pick. And I'm already guessing Pew's going to be the one to use this. I wonder if they're going to be able to make it work because Loyi is a very, very difficult hero to deal with before. And now we've seen that the Loyi kind of dripped in damage output. I wonder if they're going to make it work. Now, on ONIC PH, looking really good as well. They have the more sustainable matchup here, I think.
Now, the story heading in to game number 3 is if Khalid will get his first win.
Yeah,
The
come on.
MPL. It's a 0-2 for Khalid at 0% win rate. Will he get his first win in the first series of the MPL? But there's another story. There's
Yep.
another story
There's
actually.
another story, yeah.
Will Bren Esports actually make it even? Or will ONIC, just
Another one.
we're still the best. We're still the best
Yeah,
black and yellow team here. And another lose, another
another
loss,
one.
another one
That's
for
what we're
Khalid.
waiting for.
Another one.
Either another win for Khalid or another loss for Bren Esports. That's what we're gonna have to find out as we head into the game Bren Esports versus ONIC-PH Game 3.
Yes,
So-
and you see a lot of those things. Realme Smart all over the map. Gillette is there as well. And this is game number 3 between Brent Esports and ONIC-PH. Now, there are no aggressions happening in terms of invading Rockhard. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I feel like it's a shame because they have a great lineup for a good, strong fight. Not to mention the X-Borg is just hanging out in the mid lane, which is I would say it's very unusual because you usually want to have the X-Borg push up top as fast as possible and then go for the cut. That did not happen here. So that means they have a different plan in mind here. And now, Red Esports are going to be a little bit behind in the buff game because they're dealing with minion waves over and over again.
And look at that onto the top lane. There is a bit of aggression happening there for the Khalid. And he went straight for Iyakno there. Iyakno almost going down, but he did have the Pirag armor going on his side. Kartzi will be getting his purple buff. And do you see any how do I say this? Anything irregular happening into the map right now, Rockhard? I mean,
I feel like, yeah,
being very ordinary with their rotations.
so far it is, but what you'll notice the most is the speed in which these teams have picked up their buff. It's so scary how fast ONIC-PH is getting those. I mean, just now, Lancelot finished up that red, and Carl Healy is just turning level 4, so I'm a bit surprised by that. Usually it's a lot faster, so ONIC-PH might be just doing the right things. And speaking of the right things, this is the wrong one, Musty. Oh my god, he got stopped there by for bouncing ball. He will be going down for first blood for ONIC-PH.
I actually agree, and this is one of the things that happen when you don't find your position in front of a Kufra. The Kufra has all the capability to stop you right
Yep.
there, and that's going to be the first blood. And that means ONIC-PH will be more confident into just going into the enemy jungle. But right now we do have our Gillette instant replay. You saw that first blood and Gillette hashtag shave the day.
Hashtag
still
shave the
100%.
day.
I still 100% love the hashtag.
Best hashtag ever. When I first read that, I was like, yeah, good job, Julian.
Look at the bottom lane though. Look at the bottom lane though.
Yeah,
Something's happening at the bottom lane. But
What
something's
is this?
happening at the mid lane as well. And let's check this out. Look at Cards there. Going straight for the Barca. Weiser will be the next target, but he will get away. Jay, on the other hand, Rebo going at it for a bit, but Rebo won't really go for the commit.
Man, what was the plan there? I think that might have been a bit overdue, but at the same time, that because of that, Bren Esports free turn. Oh, I'm super surprised. Holy shit.
Okay, Rebo didn't steal it. They got the retribution, but it did kind of put a bit of a, a thorn in the heart there for inside of ONIC-PH. That might have been the purple buff going to the other side. But yeah, they still got it. They still have the retribution. And Lusty almost going down to the credit first, right? But it wouldn't really matter as they have all the mobility in the world to just get out of it. Now, Rockhart, things are really going well here for Vivo. He's just doing all the things that he wants. Right now, we are actually seeing a pickup here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I feel like, oh my god, Vivo! That does not feel like a Uranus. Is that how far ahead Venus is on the Farsa already?
I mean,
Man.
I mean, we do know that uh, I kind of get how Uranus gets his tankiness into, you know, getting hit a couple of times before he gets very tanky. But they did it in a very snappy way, so they just got a kill right then and there. Bren Sports answers with their own two kills. They might have gotten few, but you know they make it even.
Yep. And that is just I don't even know who's in the lead here so far because like, they feel like both teams are just playing out their minds. Right now, Bren is doing a better work in securing the fights, but we have a bit of a sneaky peeky coming in here for Flap TZ. That did not happen the way they wanted to, but that's because they're playing safe. They know that Jay's a great silver player, right? That's why they're playing it very fast.
Mhm. And Flap here going for Dilar. Dilar just gonna go back. He knows that Flap isn't really the best enemy for this Esmeralda because you know sustained game. I think that Khalid will have better times than Esmeralda. And you know, for Dilar, he's just gonna try to be safe because Brent Esports they still have the lead in terms of gold. I mean, that's only 300, but it says a lot because 5 kills onto the side of ONIC-PH. And that's the thing. Objectives. That's the only thing that matters for the side of Brent Esports. Are they doing the right thing here, Rockhart, for the side of Brent?
It's they are right now. They're even in the economy, so you think no one's ahead. But Red Esports, look at where they are. They're going anywhere on the map that they want to. They are getting all the objectives, and that just goes to show that even though you don't need to be super ahead in goal to be ahead in the game.
Mhm. And look at this. He actually went for a bit of a highlight play there in J, missing the wall a bit, but that was a nice try.
Yeah,
I mean, you and the others, if that hit, you use that.
that was a 50-50 wall for me, right? I mean, the wall was. It looked like they were in range, but the Kufra open just doesn't always get into the right place. Now look at this great pickup here. Flap Easy will be not even needed there as Carlton is going to be the one to pick that up. He was running in there, but man, Brent said, you know what, we got this, bro. They want to go for more. Bottom lane will be the target. He has to do all alone. No one to back him up. Oh my Venus is so far away and they will be fighting under the tower. He is playing out of his mind here. Immortality will be popped here for the side of ONIC-PH. Now Flap Easy with engagement not going to be hitting anyone with the sandstorm.
Yes, that is true, Rockhart. And look at this. Brent Esports just dead set into getting this kill. Lusty here will get the will get the stun from that ultimate coming out from the Kufra, but Jay here will get punished by Carl. Carl, he knows that they don't have the bouncing ball. He doesn't have his ultimate, so he's just gonna go in and just gonna try to punish him as much as possible.
That's just
And
what you wanted to do.
I mean, you did see the damage output coming out here from the lance.
Yeah, I
It's
did.
scary.
That
It's
is
scary.
so scary because that's because the buff on the turtle just gives him so much gold, right? He's been having the turtle buff for 3 consecutive times now, and that allows you to farm fast and fight like this. Whoa! That was an almost full engagement just by Carl Casey alone. There's a Bren here. Closes it up really well as well, and now Bren Sports are decidedly in the lead on this.
Iyakno, on the other hand, is doing a great job just controlling the lane that he's in, but the pressure coming up from Brent Esports is just way too much. Now, the purple buff will go to Currency, it doesn't go to Wise, and that will put ONIC-PH on notice. They are losing control of the map little by little. And remember, it might be little by little, but it all adds up. Rockhart, what do you think ONIC-PH needs to do to get back, to get back in this game?
And I feel like ONIC-PH just needs to slow down, slow down the role of Carl Casey. They need to focus on this Carl Casey, but at the same time, it's so difficult to do if you're Jay. Because okay, if you don't hit the Tyrant's Revenge, that's it. Like the Lance is just gonna walk all over you, and that has been happening over and over again here in this game. And so what they need to do now is just basically just make sure that they can engage in one good team fight. And I don't think that's gonna happen here, especially now that they don't have Last in Sandy for
Oh my
Iaku.
goodness.
Look at
The,
Last
this
in
is just for the punish. Iaku didn't really have time to, react at that point. And Rebo, they're probably trying to go for a fight here. Rebo and the others, they really just want to, fight as much as possible. But honestly, they're being very cautious.
no react right now.
Yeah,
The problem
thank you for the fun. I really needed that.
I feel like they're lacking in terms of that. And Iaku, because of the late Last Insanity as well, was not able to utilize the spell bam for that skill, right? 'Cause, you can sustain for a long time with Last Insanity if you are hitting spell bams on a lot of enemy targets. That did not happen there. It happened super late. And because of that, they lost turret. And now they will possibly lose the Lord as well.
Will this be Rockhart? Will this be the clincher, the one that sets Bren Esports to a 2-2 with ONIC PH? Is this going to be the game changer? Will this be the one game where Bren Esports will get their confidence back facing ONIC PH? Will this be Khaled's first win in MPL?
Congratulations ever, right?
I mean PH. There's a possibility that they actually won in the other, countries. But right now, for the PH, it's a 0-2 for Khaled. And those are the things that we really need to look out for.
Exactly. You always have to look out for these win rates because that will determine whether or not you should actually pick it up for ranked games, right? If it actually is a good draft, and if it's really a good first first two pick priority. I feel like I've been browsing social media on the break, and Midnight said, you know what, that's not going to be a good second pick. But will he be proven wrong though? As we head into this fight in the mid lane, Carl DC already leading up the back line with a double. Will he get more? He slows down Iaku, pops that immortality, and waiting for the next wave of minions. Top and mid and top and bottom are already pushing, and Jay cannot handle the pressure here for the bottom side. That is a last ditch Pirate's Rage, but not to lead to any avail.
Currency going in. Dilar will be the next target. He will go down. And look at this. Currency going to the middle. And he tries to take down the turret. But Currency has something in mind. He just takes down the minions onto the bottom side. He goes straight for Oh My Venus. Oh My Venus is down. And this might be it. The confidence of Bren Esports is oozing. In reality, goodness gracious, Yaknu, he goes down. Wise, he goes down as well. Lusty and the others, Nancy, they are just marching on, taking down everyone on their path, and they really want to get this win. Jay is the last line of defense on the PH. They lose the first series of MPL against Bren Esports, and Bren Esports, it's now a 2-2 in the regular season.
Finally, they are going to be reclaiming the first slot on top, obviously, for Brenny's. It's a 2-1 victory, but it just goes to show, man, that is, it's not always going to be a bad hero. Cali, it's not always going to be a bad hero for your lineup, as long as you can make it work. So, man, I really think that they put the nail on the coffin on this one, and definitely stopped out for the big part of that game. They stopped out, and yeah,
I do agree. And Rockhart, now that you've mentioned that he's not always a good hero, he's not always a bad hero, Khaled, but that also means that he's not gonna be always, is not always gonna be a good hero as well.
yeah, that's
There can be situations. There's gonna be situations that Khaled is gonna work, but right now they did make it work. And congrats to Brent Esports. They gave justice. They gave the 2-2 for themselves, and at the same time they gave Khaled his first win in the MPL. So it's a 33.33% win rate for the Khaled right now. But before that, I think we should just throw it to Wolf because I know he has a lot to say about this game, and this is a very good series, Rock Hard. We will be throwing it to a short break, but after that, Wolf is going to run you through what happened this series. I am Butters, he's Rock Hard, and we will be back after a short break.
With the new Smart Giga Games 99.
is our reality. To rise above with the things that matter. Gigabyte happiness. Gigabyte love. Gigabyte friendship. Gigabyte dreams. Gigabyte hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Bren lang malakas, yan ang resulta ng ating battle of generations between Bren Esports and ONIC PH. Needless to say, for me, in my perspective, would be a repeat of game number one in many, many aspects. So that's what we are going to be talking about in the analysis of gameplay between Bren Esports and ONIC PH. Now, bakit ko nasabi? Why was I able to say that this is a repeat of game number one? Well, technically speaking, this is a Roger versus Lancelot matchup wherein we did say that when these early to mid game type of heroes play the tug of war in the early game, whoever wins that tug of war will eventually win that match. And it's evidently the side of Bren Esports with this Cartesi Lancelot. Pero, ganun kadali yung kanilang way para ma-execute itong early game control. And I kind of want to explain in a very technical level kung paano nila ginawa to. Maybe later when we see the highlights. But what I want you to understand is actually the game winner for this, for me personally, is the pick of Louis and how you utilize this, plus the fact of how Bren rallied around this support Louis. Basically speaking, guys, binigyan nila ng chance ng CPU na makakuha agad ng Durant, which is again, just like in game number one, was monumental, was important to get the win in the grand scheme of things. It's great versus Esmeralda versus your export at a certain point, even your Roger. And at that moment, during nung time na nakakuha na nga ng Durance and was few, eventually they were able to win it. Now, Bren Sports for Sonic Page, obviously the early game, the actual early game, this one is so crucial. Itong 4 minutes 20 na dive ng Sonic Page, ang ganda na sana, but look at the response from Bren Sports. They were able to get it back, and they gave it a kill to Cartesi. Now, we jump on through already the 11-minute mark sa highlights, because there's not much a noteworthy highlight talaga. So we can see, what ang big highlights na nangyari dito sa game na to. It's just that Bren Sports are winning all of the skirmishes after that 4-minute play that they did counter on the page. And unfortunately, for a Roger-based lineup, mas sobrang importante ang pag-snowball. Yung isang pagkadapa nila sa bottom lane, kung saan nag-try sila ng power push at ng kill, isa lang yun sa mga konti nilang chances to actually take over the game. And since hindi nila yung nagawa, they fell horribly. During that time, by the way, I also want to say, before we discuss about Cartesi's Lancelot, the smart MVP of the game with 10-0-4 ADS, I want to say that during that time, from 4 minutes 30, the Netherlands sa bottom lane, they also made an amazing play a few seconds afterwards. Okay, so bear with me on this, guys. Merong mga sets, di ba? Merong mga sets ng buffs. The first set is dun sa unang-unang start ng game, start ng laning stage. Then after 2 minutes, mag-respawn at mga buffs. That's the second round of buffs that we know. In the second round of buffs, kung saan level 4 na si support na Louis Yu, what Bren Esports did was to use the teleportation of Louis to teleport to the backlines and get into that orange buff. At dahil hindi handa yung ONIC PH to secure their own orange buff, nawalan for a good 2 minutes ng isang round ng buffs para sa Roger. And during this time period, dito na nag-build ng economy ng Bren Esports to eventually win the early game. I think that play was so crucial kasi biglang kinapos ng damage output at ng presence sa map si Roger on the side of ONIC PH just by one play made by Bren Esports. And then they followed it up with that gap in the bottom lane at nakapag-respond nga ang Bren Esports with a very nice snap. And eventually, Lancelot, given that kill, at ang laki na rin ng disparity ng ating force between Lancelot and Roger, kitang-kita mo na talaga kung sino nanalo sa tug of war that we're talking about in the early stages of the game. And like we said, whoever wins the early game with this kinds of draft between teams almost always wins the match. Ang ganda ng adjustment dito ng Bren Esports, they actually allowed the Lancelot to be successful while also activating their support UAE. And you can see the great effects of this. That's how Bren Esports won Game 3, eventually win this best of three series. Nevertheless, mga kaibigan, marami pa rin tayong mga gustong pag-usapan. Just like to mention once again, you can connect with us with the hashtag MPL is back, hashtag search lang dyan. And of course, dun sa link na pinost natin sa live stream, nakapost lang din yan for you to be able to drop your comments and also talk about the topic of the day. And sa usapang MPL, actually, ang ating topic about kailan pa kayo nanonood ng MPL. Mula kay JP Martin, nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa ng season 3. Yung nanonood ako kasama ko aking mga tropa at ka-squad sa mobile phone or sa FB page ng Mobile Legends upang makakalap ng informasyon. Okay, so to get information din, may mga ganyan din talaga sa usong meta para ma-apply namin sa aming mga laro. At syempre, para masuportahan rin yung licensed team na mag-champion. Wow, okay, it's perfect. JP Martin, hope you're enjoying watching MPL Season 6. Second comment natin, Aaron Kyle Solido. Nanonood ako ng MPL simula po ng Season 3. Hanggang ngayon ay nanonood pa rin ako kasama ang aking pamilya at tropa. That's nice to bring your family and your friends, of course, watching the game that we love. And Larsen Leonardo Hizon, nanonood ka ako ng MPL simula po ng Season 3. Nanonood ako kasama ng kapatid ko na ML player. Naka-enjoy manood lalo na laging dikit ang laban. More seasons to come. Sana manalo. Larsen Hizon, of course. Those are the comments that we are seeing para sa usapang MPL. Again, if you don't want to join, maybe if you want to join the future sa ating usapan sa MPL, just look for the links that will be posted in the future. At syempre, hanapin yung hashtag MPL. So anyway, I think that we will be giving away, we will be having our mythical, right? Kasi syempre nga, we are giving away so much. Hindi lang action ang natin mapakita. Again, why don't we pick our mythical draw winner? Right now, roulette, of course. Makikita natin, ayan. We get a chance to win epic prizes, of course. The mythical raffle draw. Get which way. And we're going to be looking at the winners in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so these are, here's the, you can see those stats, you know, yung kung kayo na yan, I'm sure you know already, and you can get it. Congratulations, you have won the mythical raffle draw. You can see, of course, epic prizes we had. That is our mythical raffle draw for this for today, for this series, of course. It's been a great one. Napakagandang start with the MPL Season 6. We opened it up with the battle of generations. At hindi lang action ating binibigay, but tayo pinabigay mga codes. If you really want it, I just want to say that if you want to see more of these giveaway, of these codes, be given that, nako, magstay lang kayo with us dito sa MPL Season 6. Also, dahil madaming sumali sa ating contest. In fact, there are 20,000 entries for our contest. Binigyan tayo ng extra or ng bonus na giveaway code. Of course, we're not from food, but it's your second code, at least for this game. Plenty of giveaways, plenty of codes. Of course, plenty of action. Dito lang syempre sa MPL 6. First, we would like to thank our sponsors that made MPL Season 6 possible. Our official tournament telco partner for Smart, for stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# now and choose Giga Games right now. Of course, MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Realme, celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Philippines to know more. Of course, MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 downloads with every purchase of Gillette's Match 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold Force nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day, Gillette. Our partner, of course, MPL is also brought to us by our partner in esports, Paymaya. Get up to 70% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via Paymaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August. MPL is also brought to us by our partner in esports, TikTok. So just search MLBB and click on Win the Premium Skins. Very easy. It's just search MLBB sa TikTok para manalo kayo ng skins. Also, this is brought to us by our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, and organized by Moton. Why don't we close this series by watching the top five plays of the series before we head into the break? My name is Wolf once again, and kita-kits tayo sa susunod na series ng MPL Season 6.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Winning of your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. The Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart Ako.
Gigabyte happiness. Gigabyte love. Smart Giga Music, video, games, work, and stories. We let our passions run free. We face together. Smart Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap. legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. To let back free.
Hi guys, I'm Shibu. Ako naman si Manji. At kami, ang Untitled Chapter. And this is the MPL Live. Kung saan pag-uusapan namin kung napaka-importante bagay natin sa paglalaro ng MLBB. And for episode 1, papakilala namin sa inyo ang Sanctuary Lord. Ang Sanctuary Lord, one of the biggest content tools sa paglalaro ng MLBB. This guy here actually works much like the that's your at but you have like before he will join the life for you. Ayun ang pinakamalaking karami. Kasi is the Lord upon taking that the Lord here has on the red side me the push against the all kaya nakikita naman natin ang red side ng ginagamit ang push. Ang tanong, paano nga ba nila nakukuhayan saan ang tuwing kailan mo makukuha? Ang Lord mo ay lumalabas either sa taas na part ng jungle or sa baba part ng jungle. Every 9 minutes within the game ay magpunta sa spawn ng level 1 ng Lord. Ngayon, ang tanong, kung ito ba mag-isa o mag-isa? Depende sa kalahasan ng jungle. Kailangan nyo lang mag-ingat kasi ang Lord ay meron pa mas skills. Kaya skill at kung mga naman ay and pag nakatay nyo yung Lord at 9 minutes lang and every 4 minutes ang tanong and the game is scanning. Ang tanong, ano kung hindi nyo napatay ang 9 minutes? Kapag nag-12 minutes, hindi ka na mag-respond ng isa. Magpapalakas siya. So, kada Lord, nakakakuha nyo ay lumalabas. Pero hindi lang gusto magkuha ng kailangan mo consider. There is, of course, the damage, the execution, and also the vision. All of which that results in taking your needs. And remember, after the Lord has been slain, you then have the Lord fight for you. You can cast all constantly to your team. Bibigyan kita ng example, Trish, ng isang napakagandang play na ginawa dito ng Sunsparks namin sa ONIC sa Grand Finals sa India. Ay makakaway lang dito at kinukuha na yan. Mga kampingan. Tapos gusto natin mag-best ng ONIC. Kasi natin na nandito si Pilipinas Wise sa base. Alam nila na to-win ang ONIC. Pero titignan natin dito dahil wala doon na security base si Green. Sinuha niya po din si Darnold. Pero kung titignan mo si Green guys, kaya nag-decide siya na wag na naman. Decide ko nila naman
What is up, everyone? We are back for more MPL action here at the MPL-PH Season 6, day number 1. This is the regular season, and rock hard, what a series we had for the first day of our MPL. But before all of that, I am Butters, he is rock hard, and we would like to thank our sponsors, our official telco partners, Smart Forge Stronger Bonds with your team. As you conquer the battlefield with smart Giga Games, enjoy 1 gigabyte of Giga Games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial star 123 hash and choose Giga Games 99. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. Partner in esports, official sponsor Gillette, rather. I'm sorry about that. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select pure gold doors nationwide. Hashtag shave the day with Gillette. Best, still the best
The
hashtag.
best hashtag.
And our partner in esports, PayMaya, gets 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya. The better way to pay, promo runs until August 31. We also have our partner in esports, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. Search for MLBB to win premium skins. So there you have a lot of partners, and of course, we cannot forget about our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G Gear like a pro. And most importantly, this is powered and organized by Moontar. So
Yep.
thank you guys for making this possible. And MPL, as we head on to like the later parts of the season, we are getting more and more intense in the partnerships and the sponsors,
Yep.
and that what makes the league bigger, and better as it should be.
Yep, you remember back then when we only had like I think we had like two sponsors, main sponsors for the first season, and now growing into this season, the list is just going on and on, which means a lot more entities are knowing that esports is definitely the way to go, especially in these times where you know what, you gotta really keep your distance with everyone else. You gotta play online, and that is exactly what we're doing. And well, again, that was a very big handful and mouthful, and absolutely all worth it. We thank all of them for their support in the esports scene. Speaking of scene, though, we got two teams who really want to make a scene here. We got Blue Fire and Nexplay Solid coming into this season for week 1 and day 1. So what can you say about Blue Fire, man? They have been. This team has had a pretty big change to it, not just in the name, also on the players as well.
Blue Fire and
Halos po lahat ng players po na naglalaro na po ng mobile. Ang isa din dito, pinagtatalo ko po sila. Umulat kami sa dati namin sponsor para umanap ng mas better opportunities. At first, nakakapit ang daming struggle kasi daming offer. Kahit lang napili namin ito yung tapos last season ng MPL, kaya isa na ako lang ranking. Sakto yung bro na tang squad is kulang. Nakakalaro ko po sila sa ranking. Tapos, nalapit na. Kaya kinuha nila ako. Bigyan mo yun. Una, wala talaga ako dito. Basta ako ng game day. Kasi kinuha naman nila ako na game competitive. Mabigat na rin ako.
Best story, man. Best
Yeah.
story. We played in rap game, they got me.
yes,
Best origin story.
that is true. And I was the one who actually interviewed these guys. But for their roster, we do have Secret, Chu, Unseen, Kripzu, Tuzaken, and Lims. And Rockhart, you know these players. You know what they're capable of doing. And what are your expectations for this team?
Well, Chu has been one of the most, I would say, explosive marksman players I've seen last season. There's no doubt about the individual prowess of these guys. And Kripsu and Puzakin, both are very familiar names to almost all of our viewers. These guys have been in the FPL for quite a while now. And I would say that I'm looking forward to whether or not they're gonna have a better time this season compared to last, because I feel like Kripsu and addition of Fuziken here. By the way, Fuziken, I think this is the he always changed his team, right? I feel like he's been the guy who's always been taking all of the experience from the previous teams and then applying them to the newest teams that he has. And for ONIC, it almost was a slam dunk last season, right? I wonder if that's gonna be the case.
But for the side of next place solid, we have we have the roster and probably one of the most sought after teams for the viewers, the fan favorites. We have Chester, MPH, Suo, Reggie, Yawi, and
Yep. The
now.
reason their KDA is obviously NA is because they didn't play last season, and this is going to be their chance to really step that up.
Yes, and looking at their hair, it just goes at
Hair.
one side, then it's irregular. Like the sides, it just waves. Looking at their hair, but right now, Rockhart, I know this team is kind of is close to you.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah, for sure.
you're really
These
close.
guys love me.
Yeah,
Seriously.
yeah. Their fans love you as
Yeah.
well. So, what can you say about Next Play Solid? What are the things that they had to go through to make it into the MPL, and what are your expectations for this team?
Yeah, so first, Next Play Solid obviously has been one of the biggest crowd favorites, even through the qualifiers. And the biggest thing I would say about these guys is they completely exceeded my expectations. These guys overthrew so many teams in the qualifiers, one of the biggest qualifiers we've had so far in the history of the MPL. And they have also shown up strong on the last series, right? On the last series of qualifiers with some really strong picks. Like Assassin Day would be so sad if we saw that properly, right? And we just have so much expectations for these teams, and the rest of the world also has very big expectations for these teams. And we've seen that if they're angry, they can make a lot of really big things happen. That's what I'm waiting for here for these guys.
Mhm. And yeah, I think there are a lot of expectations, and for MPL, there are a lot of meta expectations as well in
Yep.
terms of the picking, like PH as a PH as an MPL country has been, there were some things that were questioned, but right now, I think for the first series, like we've proven ourselves to be quite a bit of a, we can actually showcase or we can actually be strong in these kinds of tournaments. Now, uh, I don't know, man. Like seriously speaking, NXP Solid, this is the first time for these, players to actually make it into the MPL.
Yep.
Now, one of the things that I'm expecting from them is the hunger is there.
Yep.
They want to prove themselves because for the longest time they've been talking a lot, and they're really infamous for being noisy. And right now,
Yep.
all that noise, they can put it in a way that, hey, we made noise, but right now we will beat you guys and you will acknowledge us. That's one of the things
Basically,
that for the longest time, Rockhard, people have been saying that they're all noise.
Yeah.
But right now, they're on the proving grounds and they can prove themselves in this series, in the first series of the MPL ever.
And basically, it's gonna be time for them to put their money where their mouth is, right?
Yes.
And they made a pretty big statement on social media where they're gonna beat every team in the NBA. And it starts here. It starts with Blue Fire, right? It's gonna start with whether or not Blue Fire is gonna be able to stop these very young, very aggressive players, or will they be able to utilize some of that MPL veteran status that we have in order
I don't know, man. I don't know, man, but things are getting crazy. My light actually just went down.
Yeah, how crazy things are.
That's how
Yeah.
crazy things are. But the thing is, Rockhart, I kinda like the chances of NXT Solid in this one.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
I
the
mean,
hunger is there. The hunger is there. The momentum is there as well. So, you know what? Coming in from that big victory where they actually dominated the qualifiers of the MPL-PH Group B, they should be pretty confident into getting here. And they had a lot of time to just practice. Because this team, every tournament that they can join, they will join it.
yeah, you've seen that, right? In so many different in so many different tournaments. I mean, not even just their team, but a lot of teams from their organization. Like in the qualifiers itself, I feel like they had so many teams join, and this is the one that stuck. And a lot of people would say they're also young. How will they fare? How will they stand up against teams that have been in the NPL for a long time? But what you're forgetting is this team is being coached by one of the most OG players as well in the MPL league, which is YOLO. So a big shout out to this guy. And that guy has basically knowledge of almost everything that happened in the MPL so far. And I have no doubt that that will be able to be utilized in this league.
Ever since the first MPL, YOLO was part of it. He was
Yep.
part of the legendary three-way between OBS Gaming, DDPG, and we also have Either Main. And you know what? The thing is, we had YOLO on the other side. He was on OBS Gaming for quite some time. But right now, for MPL Season 6, he actually went to the Either side. And I know for a fact that Dom is really happy that he got YOLO as a coach.
For sure. Like all of that knowledge is just being spent researching for sure for the past how many seasons of the NPL. And now you'll be able to really give us a showing here with the rest of this very young team here for next place solid. Let's have a look at their draft and see whether or not that's going to be panning out again. MB Yowie, Renegade Chester, and H2O. That they're I mean I feel like every player of NXP has had so strong mechanics,
Yeah.
right? That compared to what they actually been showing off, they well, on their streams they're like very very chill.
Yeah.
But when we saw them on the battlefield, it was a completely different story.
Mm-hmm. That is true. That is true. Well, Blue Fire right now, we did talk about NXT Solid for quite some time there, but Blue Fire, these are these are some of the best players from some of the defunct teams that we actually saw, like for Fuzaken. He was he was team surfing for quite some time, and he was team surfing in MPL qualified teams. So Fuzaken can't you can't really say that Fuzaken is just team surfing on unknown teams because he is in the MPL for quite some time now. So
Yeah.
Secret, Unseen, Kripsu, Lims, Shu, they are gonna make a point here. They are trying to get a win over Next Play Solid. So we are telling the stories here, guys. Will Next Play Solid, back up all the noise that they made when they were an amateur team? Right now, the MPL is opening the. Let's just put it this way: the MPL opened the doors for them, and now they just need to take everyone down.
Yeah, that's basically it. Like this is the portal has been opened. Now you just got to go in and dominate. I mean, I feel like that's such a short way of saying it, but yeah, that's super accurate. I mean, if you have a team that's super hungry, like you said, and if you have all the support from a big organization like Ader, that should be it. That sounds like a perfect recipe. But it's going to be up to the teams like Blue Fire to maybe put a stop to that. Like, how will they do that? Those are the big questions. They have not proven anything big yet. I feel like Blue Fire has been the team that has been they they're just there. Most of the time they're just there, but they're not picking up the spotlight that much. So this is going to be their chance as well to prove that they have what it takes to stay in the NPL. They're not just there to exist.
Yeah, that is true. Right now, Blue Fire just going for their 1, 2, 3 combination here. They go for the Yu Zhong show and the Atlas. Next Play Solid. they go for the Louis, this is probably Yawi's hero on to the side of next place. Solid that Kufra is
Just
gonna go to him,
oh,
and I see H2O playing a lot of Lee Sun Ship.
I'm super surprised that they're letting this Kufra go because Yaoi played Kufra almost entirely in the qualifiers, and it works so well. So I'm a little surprised by the by not banning out the Kufra, like what we were talking about earlier. Like we feel like all the tanks are gonna get banned out. It didn't happen here. Atlas, both Atlas and Kufra survived the draft.
Well, for the other team, you know, for the other game rather, for the other series to be exact. Let's just say that you know there was a bit of a shutdown in terms of tanks, if I can say that. They were trying to shut down each other's tanks because Jay, Venus, Lusty, and Rebo, they were really good players. And if you take out the heroes or take out the tanks, they can't really perform in an optimal phase right now. Because the thing about it is, for game number one, the course really had a lot of heroes, so there was no use into just banning out the, the assassins, the marksmen, the fighters. It wasn't really a priority. But for the tanks, it was linear. It's still linear for the
Right,
tanks.
right. Until now, I feel like they're picking up Esmeralda as well. Makes it a lot easier for them to maneuver into a big team fight and combo with the Loyi if they want to. So far, the direction of NXT Solid is more for the balance. We won't see any of earlier issues that we've seen where it was just an all what do you call that? An all dive composition, which is still a possibility for Blue Fire here, if you'll notice. Two picks for these guys are actually pretty good. So are you gonna lock in? Um, are you gonna go for still the melee comp? Is that still gonna be a thing,
Mhm.
or will they go for a more balanced?
Mm, I don't know, man. Like seriously speaking, the next play solid here. They got they probably got one of the best heroes right now for their lineup. I think it's Esmeralda. He can deal with the Yuzhong. He can deal with the Atlas and the others. He can just sap everything from them. Uh, Kimi on the other hand is kind of, how do I say this? I didn't really expect the Kimi going to the side of Blue Fire. But for the side of next play solid, let's say they made the proper adjustments, and I think in a way, as long as they can stop the early game of Blue Fire here and not give the push early, I really think that they can just work on it. Like they can just stop on they can just stop Blue Fire on their tracks. But it is going to be hard because Kimi is still one of the best dueling heroes in the middle lane for the longest time already.
Yeah, especially before level 4. Like you don't fight with Kimi right away, because Kimi is just so good with clearing and with fighting before you hit level 4. Some heroes you need the ultimate to fight, not Kimi, right? And the thing is, for Blue Fire, it might be a bit more of an uphill battle for Blue Fire because they have two big carries that need a lot of the resources. You have Kimi and Yuzong. So, big question here. I still think that next play Solid had the better draft, but we'll have to find out later on. What about you, Butters?
Mm, I would have to side with the simpler lineup. I think NXP Solid got the better part of the draft. They have a more standard draft, and sometimes having a more simple draft is better than something that's really complicated, and you really need to cross out a lot of the checklists here for the side of Blue Fire just to get them to win. So I would have to side with next play Solid in terms of drafting, but right now let's head into the land of dawn, and this is the start of the game. Blue Fire versus Next Play Solid. This is the first game for both organizations into the MPL.
That's right. So it's going to be a big question mark whether or not Blue Fire is going to be able to stop the dominating power of Next Play Solid. Because right now, Next Play Solid do have a pretty good that draft, like both I myself and Butters said. Can H2O survive well? Like I'm looking for ways that H2O is going to get locked in, and I'm having a hard time because Chester is a great support here on this in this lane. Right now, you cannot touch H2O as long as Chester is there. Yeah, we might suffer a little bit in the early game, but in the later parts of the game, when you least expect it, you know something's gonna pop up when there's a Kufra on the enemy team.
Hmm. And look at this. They're actually just being very, just trying out to test the waters here and not be very aggressive in terms of just getting everything. And Chu and the others, Valir, Atlas, and Timmy has the capability to go for the invade, but they didn't really do it. Like they were just, being cautious of what next play Solid can do as well.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta be super duper cautious here. At the same time, also just gotta give Truth some time on that. Right? He just try. The rest of the team is just trying to buy time here.
Hmm. But yeah, Blue Fire and the others, they're just trying to control as much as the pacing as much as possible because they know H2O has his ultimate, and H2O did use it, and he got the information that he wanted. Limbs, on the other hand, will get hit with that arrow, and that arrow really hurt. Ultimate will be thrown out as long as it's off cooldown. So that's the thing, every time that the ulti of H2O is up, or the skill is up, he will be using it, and he will be getting the information. It's not about the damage.
Yep.
It's all about the information.
Yeah, I think recently for Yisan Shin users, it's almost never about the damage anymore. It's more for the info, especially in high level play, where you have to know where your enemy is at all times, or else really bad stuff can happen. Like right there, the Cripsus, the tanks of this game are just suffering such a bad time.
So a lot of things are happening to the map right now, but both of the teams, really trying to you know they're not really trying to be aggressive. They're trying to see if the other team is going to make a mistake. Now, next place Solid, they do have upper hand into getting these jungle monsters, and it really says in the net worth they got a lead. Let's say it's 800 to 700, but that is a lot. And look at this ultimate coming out from Cripsu, and what an initiation! There is a bit of priority on MB there. He gets knocked off, but H2O still gets the turtle, and that is the question: will BNK, will Blue Fire commit? They will just go back. Next play Solid, that was actually a very confusing fight.
Because
Because
yeah, people were going down. We're supposed to just go down, but they didn't.
I mean, then again, Blue Fire, they got the better initiation there. They got MB. They took down MB, so they should be a bit more confident into getting the fight. But they stopped when they got MB.
Yeah, they did. And I think that might have been a big blunder. But they got a kill still. And while we were talking, we already saw a kill there, showing it from Gillette here with the instant replay. I mean, they had a pretty good engagement. It was again being canceled consistently, and that's just what you have to do with your Jessica look action. Right? That's just all. Right now, though, oh my God, Chester got caught there. Cripsu out of nowhere, the one man fatal links. Surprising. I was even I was surprised to hear that. I guess that's just how much priority they're putting down Chester.
Mhm. There are a lot of things that we really need to take into consideration now, Rockhart. To be honest, I really think that they're not getting the most out of this mage killer gimmick.
That's true. I mean, he's super duper slow, and he's not even pushing turrets yet. Maybe they're waiting for that big turtle fight, but I guess the point here of Blue Fire might be, you know what, we don't want to fight. We will just give Kimmy as much room as possible. So far, double buff. At least they're keeping the Kimmy in check, right? Although Blue Fire is kind of suffering on other sides of the map, but they're not losing by a big amount. It's only 700 gold so far. Now I wonder if the turtle will go over. Apparently, they'll also concede the turtle. Chu charged up the ultimate too long.
Yeah,
That one.
Howie. Oh my goodness, the plays coming out from here and the connection from MB. and Yaoi, the Tyrant's Revenge, to the Avatar of Guardian. Goodness gracious, that stacking really gave H2O and the others a lot of time to take him down, but Lims here has something in mind. Tries to go for H2O, not really using his ultimate there, but H2O did use the Purify preemptively.
Yeah, I mean, he was waiting for that wave of the dragon to go in. But yeah, that was a bait. I'm not sure if that was worth it, but it feels like because of that, next play solid will be able to push on bottom lane with no problems whatsoever. And now it's a bigger lead out of nowhere, almost more than 2,000 gold lead here. Next play solid. It's a big play on. Wait, did they cancel that? Yeah, I think they canceled that. Yeah,
did.
so that could have been a big play, but they were being super safe against Scriptzu and Secret. To be honest, I was surprised by that. They could have gone for that if they wanted.
Oh, and look at this. Another initiation from Yaoi. They're not really forcing the fight because they know that the Atlas could turn things around. But Yaoi here, being very intelligent with his skill set, he's just going for the pickoffs. And he knows if it's a 4v5, Blue Fire will be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, you want a one-man Fatal Links? I'll give you a one-man Tyrant's Revenge. Says Yaoi. They were able to pick up the Valir unseen. Oh my gosh. In a very unfortunate position on the map at that point.
Next play solid here, making the most out of everything and all the openings that Blue Fire is giving them. Next play solid, as long as they keep up with this pace, Rocker, I think they're probably gonna win this game. But right now, Chester almost going down, and Yaoi is the target of that energy transformation. Not really gonna matter as Yaoi and the others has still full HP. Chester here almost going down, but Loyi here is not even. Oh, look at that! Yaoi, the Yaoi show, ladies and gentlemen, not letting me collect my thoughts in any way. MB here going in, just trying to get Secret here, but Secret with the Yuzhong, this is a bad hero for Yuzhong to fight. But he will just get away with a flicker. And that is one battle spell down, Rocker.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier. Letting go of the Kufra is a huge mistake. Even if it's not doing well, it's gonna be able to make stuff like that happen. The two-man instant wall Tyrant's Rage resulting in a pretty devastating fight for Blue Fire. And now they're able to finally utilize Chu for some reason. And they're able to get one kill.
And Lims here, he is getting a bit of a, welcome to the MPL from another first timer, Team Kripsu, getting caught out by that taunt. But that is going to be Lims, the target here. Onto the side of Yaoi, he still has his Shunpo there, so he will get out of harm's way. But, Yaoi here is just doing everything at will.
Yep, basically. I mean, Kripsu is being nullified so much by the triple purify setup here for next play solid. They can't even touch. I mean, Kripsu's he's doing his very best to catch people, but next play solid is just not giving him any opportunity to make a play.
And there is actually a fight happening right now. They will catch out one person here. Limbs will go down. Secret will probably be the next target. H2O dashing in. MB giving up his life there, but wouldn't even matter as Renegade just goes in. One more hit from Garrett will actually do the job, but he gets away just in time.
Yep, gets away in because of that next play solid will be able to push on the mid lane here. And again, this is a Kimi that has been underutilized all game long, right? It's such a passive play Kimi, and because of that, next play solid can make stuff like this happen or in Gillette instant replay. They really gave everything they could to try to catch people, but the damage output of next play solid at this point is just too much to handle, and Chu cannot go near targets that he wants to because they're just so scary right now.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? H2O and the others, they're just getting everything that they want from the map. Total map control. What can you say about this, Robert?
Yep, total map control. They can just get everything without any response, except for maybe top lane. Let's see if he can split up here on the side. Now wants to be able to just run. Just run from Renegade. Renegade's on your tail. Wants to give it a go. But the Lloyd is also pushing on the mid lane, so what will Blue Fire deal with first? Still a chase for the SBN to show they're still not done. Everyone's on the bottom bottom part of the map here. They're not done in limbs. He makes it a full course lap. He makes it that was like a race. Oh my god, that was a long one. In the end, because of that, next place all in, we're able to pick up so much on the map.
Look at that. I mean, the damage output from H2O with just one ultimate, two hits of those, and it takes down Unseen. That's that's how Blue Fire is. That's how big the deficit is for Blue Fire in terms of facing Next Play Solid. Now, Next Play Solid, they're really playing their cards right. They're not really letting Blue Fire, you know, just breathe in any way because they know that there is still a chance for Blue Fire if they make mistakes and they become complacent. Blue Fire can actually just come back from this. But Next Play Solid, they're not giving out that chance.
Yeah,
And they
I
know
also
that and they know, Rockhart, that their first game is very important for them. It sets up their confidence.
yep, it sets up their statement as well, right? It supports their statement that they're gonna destroy everyone. And if they can destroy Blue Fire in a very spectacular way, that's just step one in their domination plan for the MPL season 6.
MBH2O and the others, they're just throwing away their ultimates, and that's how it goes. Just get the information, and as long as there is information that Blue Fire is out of their base, there's an instant rotation that's going to come out from next day solid, and that's the interaction between Louis and H2O. Well, the Yusin Shades rather. As long as there's someone out of the base, there is a fast rotation that's going to come out from Chester and the others.
Yep. And I feel like Chester and the gang have already planned out every step this time very easily. Almost instantly deletes Unseen there and will be traded off by Secret. That I feel like that's a big mistake. That's a huge on going out, and it's all that you have to chew here to provide the damage. Where now he's the one being dove in by everyone here for next place solid, and that might be it. Renegade with Esmeralda destroys that back line, and it will be next place solid for the King.
100% sure that right now, next play solid, their fans are going wild, and Blue Fire here can't do a thing. Tripsu is the only one alive, and they're going for the trip to Jerusalem. Next play solid wins game number one and dominating back.
Is this going to be Aider main part two here with these teams just going nuts on that victory? But right now it's a 1-0, man. And they did it in a pretty dominating fashion. How do we break down what happened there? Because I feel like there might have been some parts of that game that we didn't really read out right. I think the one that we got right is that this Kimmy is gonna have a hard time, and it did, right? It really did.
Yeah, the thing about it is, it didn't really make sense to pick the Kimi at that
Yeah.
later part of the draft.
Yep.
Because if you would pick the Kimi at the fifth slot, then that means you're just making adjustments. And you didn't really, rotate the whole draft to the Kimi. Because
Yeah.
that's the thing about Kimi drafts is you answer whatever it is that the enemy team is gonna throw at you.
Yeah,
Kimi isn't one of those picks that you just put on the fifth slot and it's gonna work.
yeah.
What do you think? Bren?
I think that's true because at the same time, if you put the fifth slot marksman in like that late and you saw what happened already, the picks that popped up, you have an Esmeralda, you have a Kufra. I feel like you didn't read the draft well, right? You just went with whatever you planned and you did adapt to what the other team was doing. That's why they lost that.
That is true, but right now we will be throwing it back to Wolf for the analysis, but we will be taking a very short break. I am Butters, he's Rockhart, and we will be back.
Are you
Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako. Realme smartphone. Dare to lead.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme dared to answer in the snatch that Atlas. Then they closed it up with an Esmeralda in the second phase. Tapos, nung pinit yung Kimi na last week mula sa Blue Fire, mapapaisip ka, oh my God, this is a good tempo game para sa Blue Fire. Pero sabi ng next play, we have one hero to counter that on. And that is the North Catch-up. Very much effective against the Kimi. Tapos, pag tinikita mo yung lineup nila, ang daming synergies. It's just a lot of synergies. And I'm sure that we can see it in full displays of smart highlights of the game dahil kahit anong gawin ng next play, solid. Kahit anong trick nila na combo na gawin, magagawa nila. Pwede sila magsimula with Yawi on the Cupra, couple it up with the duality passive coming out from the UAE as control. Tapos meron kang avatar of the Guardian. And kung iisipin yung Leeson chip, kaya naman napakalakas ng Leeson chip sa meta ngayon, is because of the vision. Imagine, topping just the ultimate Mountain Chopper. Tapos, pwede na pumasok kahit sa dito si MV if you so wishes. As well as Yawi with the Cupra, di ba? And then meron kang Falling Star Moon. Everything goes in together. Look at this lineup from next play so that they can start with anything. This last play, that teleportation, kita-kita ninyo. Well done. The kabila from next play, solid. That's the nail in the coffin of Blue Fire for sure. I mean, it was a very systematic victory para sa next play solid. They started this good and they ended it with a bang. Hindi rin sila nag-overextend throughout the game. But this is why I think that this is a textbook display on how you win MPL or the Mobile Legends game, for that matter, para sa next play solid. Big fan of next play. I'm so proud of this team because they're showing us how to win fundamentally sa Mobile Legends. Our MVP, smart MVP of the game, it's H2O, the Gisun 709 stat line. And of course, this is a funneled hyper carry na hindi naging successful on his own. This was such a good display of communication between the side of next play. Talagang halata mong matagal silang magkakasama na parang kabisado na nila. They end each other's sentences. That's how I feel like when you're watching next play. At least that's what I felt watching them in game number 1. And it's the complete reverse naman from Blue Fire. Ang daming jitters na nakita din natin na may mga out of position na tanks na supports. Merong mga initiations na mapapa-question ka. Is it actually the right decision from next for Blue Fire to do this? And I think that we can blame it on the fact that they haven't played as much as next play did. At kita na very disconnected in number 1. Nevertheless, usapang MPL muna tayo mga kaibigan. And again, you can just search the hashtag MPL's back or go directly to the link posted on today's live stream para makita nyo kung saan kayo pwedeng para sa ating discussion, which is all about the first time to watch. Like Brian, nanonood daw siya ng MPL mula pa nung season 1. kasama na ngayon yung pinsa niya at pati tito sa bahay at enjoy na enjoy talaga sila, kami sa mga iba't ibang pang laban. Kaya more seasons to come and hoping for my team execution to win a championship. Wow! For with a chip. Execution. Give Billy a trophy na ba? Ang gusto talaga ng tao ngayon. Put it on the comment section. John, what's this? Jean or Jean? Clifford Bunny. Nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa noong season 4. Ngayon nanonood ako ng walang kasama. So, sabihin ko kung mag-comment sa performance na mga kalaki ng ibang players pag tapos ko nang makita ang mga nandito pala si Jean or Sean. And that's our second comment. Last comment tayo. Again, if you want to join in on the fun on the discussion, just look for the comment posted in this live stream. Mula kay Nick Lasico, Nick Lucas Lasico. Nanonood ako ng FL mula pa ng season 5. Okay, so we have a kind of young viewer here, at least young season. Kasama ang aking mga kaibigan kaklase para maka-learn ng bagong estratehiya at mga rotations. At, well, kung gusto niyo talagang maka-learn na marami pang mga strategies, why don't you watch MPL 64? At syempre, follow niyo yung mga caster dito sa MPL. I'm sure that marami kayong mga learn dito sa kanila. And of course, we have our giveaway codes. And this is the running for the rest of the broadcast. For sure. So kayo na panonood, kayo magiging masaya pa rin sa mga bonus na giveaway codes natin dyan. Personal guys. Pauna na kayo dyan. Well, di may isa na. Yeah, pauna na kayo. Good luck. You know what? Let's see if there will be connection now para sa Blue Fire because that's the main problem that they faced in game number 1. Getting back to the casters for game number 2 of this special season. Back to you guys.
Very well said there for Mr. Wolf, right? I think that was a big summary of what happened there. I feel like in that game, NXP did everything that they wanted.
They're very comfortable in their own skin. I'll give you that. And Nexplay Solid, they really just proved to us that we can beat a team, an MPL caliber team, and we deserve to be here. And that's what they told us. That's a statement game. You do not win in that way, and there are very few teams who actually won that way with their debut match, the debut game rather in the MPL. Now, if they win this 2-0, that's going to be big. Because the last time we saw this, it was ONIC. It was ONIC who put this up.
Yep, ONIC, and I think they won almost every game in the regular season, except for that last one in season 4 when they're on their debut season. I wonder if that's going to be the way here for ONIC PH, right? For Nexplay Solid as well, right? I mean, obviously ONIC PH didn't win the whole thing, so maybe they want to do it a little bit different, but they are definitely on the right track.
Okay, but for the side of Blue Fire, let's focus on them right now because they really need the analysis or what really happened onto their side. Do you think it was a drafting problem? Do you think that Takimi was good in any way?
You know what? The Kimi was okay. It wasn't bad. It wasn't super good. It was okay. It could have worked. That's why I said on the draft, this could go either way. But the thing is, it was not utilized in the correct way. Where I was expecting to battle out on level 2, level 3, level 4 when the Yi Sun-Shin did not have enough power to fight yet. They could have probably gotten something from there, and it didn't. So maybe that's the problem. We'll see if they can do it, or if they'll try to do it again. And I want to see if that Cooper is going to get banned out. Because big mistake that's not doing that.
Yeah, and next play solid here, Blue Fire. I think that was a wake up call for them, and they probably are, just gonna be careful in giving out those heroes that NXP Solid really likes. Blue Fire, on the other hand, they can still rally back. I'm pretty sure that these guys, they just stumbled in the drafting stages, as you said. It was really questionable. Like, I like the patterns of drafting, but just picking at Jimmy at the fifth slot, more often than not, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, they already by that time, a lot of teams would already expect you to pull out some really strong. I would not be surprised if they pulled out a quad there. And if I was NXT, I would not be surprised as well. That's why they already prepared for it with the draft that they had on picks number one, two, and three.
I,
So
I mean, if you think about it, we did see Kimmy getting picked in the fifth slot for let's say for some teams. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it doesn't. Just because you really need to rotate the whole draft into the Kimmy. You really need to make the Kimmy as a you need to give the Kimi her maximum potential just to make it in. And how do you do that? You rotate the whole draft onto that. But let's move on. Go to game number two. Next play solid. Yu Zhong. They start out with it. And Yi Sun Shin will get banned for the side of Blue Fire. They will just ban it out. It gave them a lot of problems. Gave next play solid a lot of information.
yeah, but because of the drafting that they did, they also opened up Yaoi to make a round two on that hero, and that Kufra is going to be really, really difficult to deal with if they don't pick it up like early on or something like that. So it's looking really bad here so far for Blue Fire, unless they pick it up themselves. Big questions here.
Yeah, but right now there's Blue Fire, and they go straight for the Popol and the Louis. You see those as supports. They're probably, I don't know if they're probably thinking about just getting the Louis as a core or a Popol as a core. It could go both ways. It is a possibility, but it's kind of a surprise to me if they would put any these two heroes or any one of these two heroes as a core position. Core position hero. So I'm just saying that Blue Fire might have, really just set up their support duo into, and they set it up right now and they cannot, adjust on the fly later. Next play solid, they go for the Atlas.
Yeah,
That,
no. First
that's
off,
actually surprising.
yeah, I really wanted to go with the what do you call this? The explanation that I have for Blue Fire here for picking double support. It's not gonna work. Obviously, Populate was not gonna have a fun time against both Yuzhong and Atlas. Not to mention they already picked up a Ling. I mean, what are they doing here? This is absolute. It's gonna be absolute wash. They missed opportunity to pick up a Ling. They missed getting the Kufra, which is obviously not going to be taken, but still would have been big. I'm surprised they didn't go for the Kufra, and Atlas is going, but Atlas is going to do as well. Now it's a Balmont pick. Now, what are you really trying to do here? What are you trying to pull here?
Uh, I mean, they really just want to go for the execute. They're, they just really want to take down the Yuzhong as fast as possible. That could be it. That could be it. Well, the the Uranus has been banned out here from the next play solid squad. So they're probably looking for some lane capability here for on the side of their off laner, but you know, sometimes okay, I'll give Blue Fire the benefit of the doubt. I want to trust their Balmond pick, and I want to think in a way that they're actually thinking of something awesome right now or something unconventional that might just work.
Can you
I'm
think
that,
of? Can you think
I'm,
of
I'm
a
kind of I mean, the heroes that you should have, like countered that's been banned out.
Uh-huh.
So right now, I'm just seeing Balmond as someone who can just take down the Yu Zhong as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is pure damage here for Blue Fire, and I have never seen that work at all for any team. And this is pure damage output without any setup. The only setup they have is will be low you with duality. And other than that, it's like everything is just soft engage. You know what I mean? Everything is gonna be like okay, I have someone, I'm attacking someone. He's a little slow, but he's not stunned. And this is just single target. That's what Blue Fire is doing. They can stun with the Popol and Koopa as well, right? But it's also very long cooldown. If you go on ultimate mode and then you throw Koopa to the target, it will stun it for a long time. But that's single target there. And now they are. Is this for real? This is a joke, right? This is okay. Okay. So they're gonna go for basically no tank here. And RIP Balbon tank is gonna do really great. Yeah, I did say that sarcasm. Good luck here. And overall, more of a balanced draft here uh for NXP, but Blue Fire, is this serious mode right now?
Mhm. Uh, okay. Really speechless right now.
Me
I just
too.
want to say that NXP Solid, they got the better draft there. And it's just because it's not all over the place. Like, I know that the Balmond pick was kind of, the execute hero in a sense is just, it doesn't really make sense at that point. They got banned a lot. They banned a lot of those heroes that he can actually counter. But who knows? They are the pro players. They have
Yeah.
their own judgment,
Yep.
and let's see what they can do. The Solid and the others, they will just stick with their favorite heroes. And you know what? You know what? Even H2O got his favorite hero.
Everyone. I think everyone got their favorite heroes. I mean, wow, this is supposed to be. Man, I don't know why I'm super speechless by this lineup. I, I've seen this, but it only happened when I was in Epic. So, man, I wish Blue Fire proves me wrong. I really hope they prove me wrong. But
Uh,
this is a wash for me, man.
I mean, if it works, it works. That, that's a thing. But I don't think that NXP Solid is one of the teams that would just let this pass. You know, I
They're gonna
mean,
get punished a lot.
yes, yes, and they're gonna get punished a lot. And let's just be, let's be real. Blue Fire here just put themselves in a bad spot.
Yeah,
But that doesn't mean that that bad spot they can
yeah.
get
It's
out.
not an impossible game for me. It's just that it's gonna be difficult. It's just gonna be so difficult for them to climb out of this one. Now, what we want to see is we want to see Blue Fire maybe pop off with early kills. The only way that they're going to be able to win a matchup like this is if they can pop off with early kills, catch someone on the bush with 10 diggy bombs, and I know that's not even possible. I know, but basically that's it. Catch people with the diggy bomb, maybe time reverse someone who is squishy on the side of NXT, but at the same time, can you really do that against a caliber team like NXT? Maybe against a different team, it might have worked. It might work, but I'm really having a lot of doubts here with the Blue Party.
Anyway, let's just go past that. I want to see how it goes. Like, if if this is something that Blue Fire has experimented on and they just make it work, then it works. If it doesn't work, then it's back to the drawing board for them. Remember, this is how do you say this? This is only day one of the season 6 regular season. Now, to be honest, this is one of the longest seasons that will happen for sure, for sure.
Because because especially for us, it's gonna look like a very long season, right? Because right now it's only day one. We're already seeing a lot of fun stuff, and every week it's gonna be 3 days of MPL. So I hope
Okay.
you guys are also ready for a very long one because this can go either way very, very quickly.
And yeah, there is another pause. And remember, guys, we are dealing with technology here, so we can't. Sometimes, it can act up and we can really just try to fix it in some way possible. So you know, you know what? Just let's just wait for it and remember, it's all about integrity here in the MPL. We want to give the teams, uh, you know what, a 50-50 chance, an equal chance of going it out at their maximum potential. And that's what we want. So we're trying to fix it as much as possible. So
Yep.
please, guys, bear with us if we're having pauses. And if you guys want the Tagalog casting, there is a Tagalog cast happening at Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yep.
It is Mobile Legends Esports. So if you prefer Tagalog casting, you might want to search that page and head on there. If you prefer English, then you just stay here. And if you're an international viewer, welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League PH Season 6, Day number 1. And yeah, this is we do this streams to showcase the the best and the brightest Filipino MLBB players and teams so that everyone can see. It's the same as Indonesia. They also have their English streams as well.
I think every
Mhm.
MPL region has two streams at least, right? To accommodate so that we can provide coverage to all languages as well. Because you know what, people people think this MPL-PH is in the Philippines. You gotta speak in the Philippine language. Nope, not really. What about the other people in everywhere else, right? Philippines is 100,000 people, 100 million people. The whole world is a billion or 6.7
Yeah.
billion at this point, right? So we have to give other countries a chance to also
Yeah.
watch what we have.
And it's all about if you guys really want to other countries to see how good we are, then we should really just have these English streams. But we shouldn't really be explaining ourselves. But if you guys really want to go to the Tagalog cast, then it's Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can find Shinbu and Rob Luna. They're casting right now. So
Really?
if you prefer
They have a
Tagalog,
lot of
go
fun as
there.
well.
Yeah, I mean, showing.
We're all having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's actually an honor just presenting our teams in for other countries. So yeah, it is what it is, and someone has to do this. Be honest, Rockhart and the others. We're just having fun right now because the thing is, for the longest time,
We
for the
haven't
longest
had
time,
this opportunity to
let's
do so, bro.
yes, let's be honest. 2020 is it really the best year ever?
Yeah.
It isn't. It isn't. It is.
Yeah.
It's really tough here. But right now, this is a place where we can just have fun and we can just all watch good MLB. And I think that's all that matters. You guys just have fun there. If you don't have anything to eat, then I feel this stall that we're having, you can just get some food, get some snacks, and and just watch your favorite team. I know a lot of people here who really just root for NXP Solid, and I know for a fact that they are Blue Fire fans as well.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for those because they're a bit hard to find now. So if you're a Blue Fire fan, talk on the chat or something. We want to see you guys. Obviously, because right now NXP is showing a pretty dominating performance based on the last draft and based on this draft as well. Oh my God, we are gonna have such a one-sided matchup. I'm not saying it's just NXP sided. I'm saying if Blue Fire wins, they're gonna win this by so much. But if they lose, they are gonna lose by so much as well because of the draft that we have. Remember, the only guy that can actually take some damage here on the side of Blue Fire is their Balmond, which is not even gonna be their main tank. It's actually a damage fighter. I know it has tank in the designation, but it's not really a tank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, really have to look at it this way. Like NXP Solid, they went for something very traditional, simple, and it's easy to run. But onto the side of just the Blue Fire side, it's really something very complicated. we're not saying that it's not gonna work, but the thing is there are checklists that you really have to see. You really have to cross out everything there before you can. Right now, what do you have to cross out? You need to get the Valmont running. Because if the Valmont has a good early game, then most probably that execute will deal with anyone or anything in the game. So just having that in mind, what does it take to make a Valmont run?
That's right. We have so many things that we can do to make it work. To be honest, if they can pair it with Pokolikupa and Naloyi properly, yeah, go ahead. Why not, right? That's if they can get the ball running early game. A big difference to what happened in the previous game where they were supposed to do it, but they didn't, and they waited until a time where everyone was super tanky before the Kimi actually went with a fight. That's not how you run that. So hopefully this doesn't become a pattern of Blue Fire doing things, drafting things but running them incorrectly. And that's what I'm waiting for here as we're waiting for the game to start again.
You know what? I mean, incorrectly, in a way, is kind of a strong word. You know what? I, I wouldn't say it was incorrect. I think it was put in a way where they realized the, you know, they realized the lineup or they realized what they wanted to do at a later part of the drafting stage. So you can say it's incorrect. It's incorrect, but at the same time, there was a bit of a thought process in it. And they put it there and they thought like, okay, sure, we can make this work. We, with the power of friendship and other stuff, the patterns and everything. Yeah, because if they can make it work, they can make it work. That's the thing. But you know what? In terms of meta, in terms of just being a purist, in terms of being looking at the stats,
Mhm.
there is a bigger chance that it won't work.
There's a huge chance.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with that last pick, that last pick of of the Kimi, it's not a very bad pick, right? It's not a super
It's
bad pick. It's an okay pick if they were able to utilize it. I think I mentioned that already.
I mean, the mage killer is good, but what you really need to do when you have the mage killer on your side is, you know what, it you need to have a full snowball lineup or a full commit on anything in terms of just getting everything onto the map. Now, Blue Fire here, they are just they're just trying to stop H2O, and H2O, I think he's really confident. This is his debut lane game, and H2O might drop, but he will get away with that shot.
Okay, so I'm not sure where that came from, but looks like NXP Solid gonna be able to give away first blood out of nowhere, and giving Blue Fire a pretty good lead here, 700 gold, 600 gold here for the guys in the red side. Now, follow up here is they are looking to hunt down Renegade, who is all over the map, goes for the time reverse, forcing a flicker as well. What the heck? Where did that come from? And the kick in secret. Okay, he got out of the way pretty quickly, but right now the damage output from Blue Fire is off the charts here.
Mm-hmm. But look at this, they're actually fighting, but they're lacking the finisher. They're really lacking everything to take down one person at the side of Nexplay Solid. And I think the finisher is always going to be secret on that Almond, but you know what? He wasn't there.
Yep, he was not there, and I think that might have been a big problem, right? Gillette Instant Replay shows Yaoi was already taken out of nowhere. That could have been a big turning point already for that game, but looks like next play solid they'll be able to pick it up where we left off, and now we are back to still having H2O on free farm. Don't forget he is also free farming on that link, and Renegade is on the bottom link. Made quick work of that tower without any problems whatsoever.
Mhm. And you know what? Yaoi, he is really just being annoying for the side of Blue Fire. Just staying there, H2O gets bit by the dog. But right now, is this the perfect setup for the side? The Blue Fire? I mean, the Ling is still there. Okay, he went to the other side of the map. I don't think there's enough time for him to actually just go in and go for the contribution. Chu will be the one who's gonna, secure that trickle buff. But I mean, you know what? It will help him get the early team fight hold on. Just get a bit of a power spike. Just get a bit of damage and protection. You know what? It helps. Anything that they can get right now, it
Really
helps.
helps. I think at this point, you have to get everything that you can. And so far, Chester has not been utilizing the full force of Kagura yet because Blue Fire is not giving them any opportunities, right? They're not grouping up, they're not being aggressive, they're staying in bushes. They're not even showing themselves on the map as much as possible. So I think that might be one of the reasons why everyone from Blue Fire is just staying relatively safe in this game.
Mhm. But look at that. I actually kind of like this incoming
Oh yeah,
a very super novelty, skin. H2O, does he get the purple buff? Yes, he does. And right now on the back line, there is a Yuzhong MB here just clearing the path for H2O, and this is the punish that's going to happen when you don't take care or you don't try to take account for that Yuzhong. Ling will get out, but Chu here will get kicked by the Cho, and that's the Chu-Cho combination. And Quad Shadows won't be available as the Shadow Kill goes down. And what
yeah.
just happened there?
I'm super surprised by the way these things are unraveling. Obviously, they're super slow earlier, but now they're just it's so easy. It's so easy to pinpoint where stuff are going wrong here for Blue Fire. I mean, their finisher, the lack of finisher, and their Yaoi going in, the three people failed to activate the Fabled Links. So because of that, they're going to be losing out a little bit on that one. But still, Nexplay solid in a pretty commanding lead at 6 minutes. That's not bad at all. And H2O has not joined the fights yet. That's something you have to think about when you're looking at this line.
You know
H2O
what?
is not joining the fights.
You know what? This actually reminds me of draft that Bren Esports did on their first game in MPL Season 5. That's on the steal for H2O. And I know he just went for it because he knows he has the stuff where he has the damage to go for that retribution as well. It's there. Limbs here getting caught out in the middle. You will try to get a kill on MB. MB here being very tanky. He gets the life steal that he needed, and he will
Oh,
get away safely. Reggie with a pick. Wow! This guy is just a monster on the show. Secret here. Will he get away? No, he won't. And Rockhart, Rockhart. Do you think that's a fight that Blue Fire should have taken?
yeah, they probably had no choice at that point, but you have to think about the path that Reniji was going through in the mid lane. He already knew he was gonna kill Secret, right? He was coming in from the back, then kicked him. No special Jutsundo, no flicker, straight up walk in front and then kick, right? So you had no choice but to fight. But everyone in Blue Fire was just scared to go in at that point.
You know what? Just just look at it at this perspective. I saw this certain lineup that came out from Bren Esports from their first game in MPL Season
Right, right.
5. It was a cloud funnel where everyone was literally a support aside from the cloud.
I think that's exactly what's kind of happening here as well. At least they're trying to, but it's not working out well. Like, if they're trying to funnel hard onto onto the Hayabusa, that's not gonna happen. Funnel onto what? Opal Plane but that's not gonna happen, right? So I'm still super confused as who will be the main damage dealer here for Blue Park, because it's definitely not secret at this
Mhm.
point.
And MB here, look at this. The dragon just stalking its prey. Chester here will get caught out. Kagura, will he go down? Yes, he will, and that is one of the things that Nexplay Solid needs to look out for. Yes, they have the lead. They have a lot of gold in terms of just getting the pickups. Renegade here might be the next casualty. He will get away. Yawi, on the other hand, he just goes for that ultimate. But the times journey is there. He pays the price. H2O here. Is he gonna get caught out? He still has some plates, and he will just get out. Unseen gets the triple boss.
Wow. Unseen. I mean, I know he did a good job in nullifying Yaoi on the Atlas, but maybe the turtle is too big of a prize for the Diggy. So he did a good job, but you know what? Otherwise, they still get the turtle, and I think overall that's a win, right? That is a complete win for Blue Fire. However, they're not out of the woods by a long shot, like almost 4,000, and that's where NXP Solid is right now.
You know what? I want to look at it in another way, Robert. I want to look at it in a way that at least Blue Fire didn't give out the easy turtle.
Right, right, right.
There's a ticket style. And look at next time's journey. There is no fatal links that's gonna happen. He goes straight for Unseen. He's been annoying ever since. Ripzu here getting kicked, Renegade and the others. Look at this. Two-man knockoff with a punch. Only fast Brock is there. And that is going to be the end of the engagement. But no, BNK still wants to fight. They will disengage. BOD goes to shoot.
No kit needed at all. No way of the dragon. No fancy movements. Again, plain and simple. Only fast proc into the hit. That's how far ahead I think they are right now. Renegade with 1-0-2 here on the show. Now they still want to go for more here on the side of Blue Fire's jungle. Wonder if they can do so. And H2O, he spots Unseen. Another low HP target like Shark in the water. Goes straight for it. Attempts to place. Still going strong with a double kill. And everyone is now trying to see if they can catch him. But nope. No siree. H2O on the top lane. And everyone just wants to push on the mid.
You know, this true H2O interaction to the top lane doesn't really last long as lane doesn't really want anything to do with
boy.
that at times. But Renegade here trying to punch Secret. Out cold, he goes in. What a cheeky play. Right. Oh my god.
Oh, easy there. Renegade.
Oh my goodness. He just gets punched.
That was a straight flicker into a punch. I like the simplicity that he's doing here right now with Joe. He's working out really well now. Everyone going nuts on NXP and beyond that. You jump. Absorption will be happening there, and the HP is back. Pushing him mid lane will be happening as well. Beautiful plays coming out of here from next place Solid. Man, Gillette just has to get a replay of that. Please, please.
Renegade, I mean, he knows the in and outs of the hero.
Right here, I mean, we thought that it was a pretty safe fight already, but H2O wants to go in for the fight over and over again. Every time Tempest Blade is up, he wants to get that, and he does each and every time. And because of that, again, overall, next place Solid still ahead this game by about 7,000 gold. That was your Gillette instant replay. Hashtag shame today.
I really love that hashtag from my man. Ripsu will get caught out by that Shogimogyo, that yin yang overturn. Won't really matter as he is forced to go away. Renegade right now just flexing the certain mastery of the hero. Just knowing the exact amount of damage that it takes to take down that Balmon. I mean, Balmon is attacked. He gets extra HP. He has better HP scaling than the other heroes.
Yeah, he does. He really does. Oh my God, I'm still coming up blank as to how Secret and the rest of Blue Fire is gonna come out on top here. It's starting to look a little bit more difficult. While time is progressing, right? And H2O is getting farm, and he's getting farm. He's 6-0-4 right now on the usual. What kind of setup is this gonna do? What kind of setup is gonna win them a game?
I mean, Secret stealing this Lord. Secret going in a bit too early. They just reset it from here, and they're just gonna try and go for Secret. Secret here not really at the best position right now. He uses the flicker, but I don't really think it matters. And with that, they are just gonna, well, H2O is really just gonna try and get the glory at this point. But they should take account for where the Hayabusa is. Hayabusa is a top, so Renegade is doing a lot of work, just dragging, the attention of the other team to his character, to his hero.
Yep. And here we go. And I have to really commend Blue Fire for trying this lineup against Nexplay Solid, but I don't know. It's starting to look a lot more impossible as time is progressing. And I'm still not over that Renegade play. He calculated the damage so well. He flickered in, he knew what was gonna happen. Right? I mean, I know you said this, but gotta commend him again once more. And now that was one of the weirdest multiple that I've seen so far today.
I mean, at the back of our heads, we just wanted to really give them a fair comment. We just really wanted to give fair comments to the both of the teams, but at the back of our heads, we do know that the chance of Blue Fire here just winning the game is really low. But it just shows right now that it was really low, and next day solid. They're styling all over them. Time's journey is their fatal legs, but it wouldn't really matter. On the back line, Renegade trying to go for the base. The base right now is just gonna take a bit of damage. Renegade did his job, and no more turrets onto the side of Blue Fire.
Yep, no more turrets, and I think that might be everything. That might be all, right? I mean, there's not much else to say here. Just waiting for the inevitable end here for Blue Fire. But again, I think there was a little bit of merit to this lineup if they could make it work early game. That's all I'm saying. It could have worked, but it didn't because delayed execution again for me.
But right now, MB and the others, look at that shadow kill is there. They grab hold of Chu. Chu here, will he go down? And that is going to be a pause in the middle of a fight.
Pause.
Wait a second. Are they about to fight here? Okay, I see. All right, so it sucks waiting for the inevitable. This game, obviously, we want to be able to look for ways that Blue Fires can come back here. Sorry, guys, I'm just drawing up a blank, and the only thing that I can think of, the only way I can think of for Blue Fire to get back into this is like a really, really bad
Uh,
case disconnection. And that's all I can think
let's
of.
let's
Sorry.
let's just put
Yeah.
it like this: if Blue Fire will win this,
Uh-huh.
it would take NXP Solid multiple amounts of error
Massive
and
amounts. Yeah.
massive amounts of error if they're gonna win. But the thing is, NXT Solid, they're dead set on winning this already. They want to really make a statement. I mean, if you're a new team, you win your first series, then that's big. That is one of the things that you would really want in your first week of the MPLs.
Yeah,
And that's,
absolutely.
and that's going to be one of the things that Doggy blogs about.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot.
Shout out to Doggy.
We're gonna see a lot of doggy vlogs about this for sure.
Yeah.
We're gonna want to talk about this because that would mean that starts him on the path of becoming a two-time team owner, right? Of a champion,
Yeah.
of a championship team. That's the big conversation,
Yeah.
right?
That is true. But right now they're proving a point, and the point is being proven. Onto the middle lane, the base is down, and that's going to 0. Rockward, that is 0 for next place solid. My goodness,
Man.
the Steve. They're just pulling out all the stops, and it is a very successful debut, if I do say so myself.
And there's the understatement of the year. This was a stomp, man. Especially that last one. I only saw two good engages coming out from uh, from Blue Fire where they looked super duper dominating. The rest was a little bit lukewarm, and there was a reason why the Diggy was picked. right? We saw it earlier when Yaoi wanted to go for a four-man fatal links, but was completely denied. There's merit to the picks, but the problem is the there's just even if you execute the lineup correctly, you're facing off against such a monster, right? And they've seen this coming from a mile away.
Because I mean, historically speaking, like not really historically, but speaking about Doggy, this guy really knows how to punish, and I do expect his teams to do the same. But we can talk about this as long as we can, but we do have our resident analyst Wolf to actually show you the ropes. So we will be taking a very short break. I am Butters, he's Rockford, and see you next time.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this giga life? Simple and smart ako. Realme smartphone. Dare to lead. Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to lead. Let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live giga.
Go back to the MPL with your resident analyst Wolf, breaking down that series that went between Nexplay and Blue Fire. 2-0 mga kaibigan ang nangyari. Was really dominant the Nexplay. Which is weird because it kind of feels like they're new in the season, but it feels like ano na sila sa MPL. Parang ganon yung naramdaman ko after watching the series. At ito yung gusto kong sabihin. To sum it up, this best of 3 series na nangyari 2-0 kasi bakit? Let's break it down. You know what, when it comes to the draft, I honestly felt na tricky yung lineup dito ng Blue Fire. Pero sobrang daling sinagot ng next pick with their draft. Why? They went for the link at their second pick, let's say, or third pick nila. Ang ganda na agad na sagot kasi nag-start ang Blue Fire with a Popolin Blue plus the Louis combo, which kind of tells you, okay, two support setup to, yung Popolin Kupa will act as a little bit of a tank. Pero kaya-kaya din yung first up. It could be fight as well as this link that we have. Tapos, second phase, nakakita tayo ng isa ulit malampot na hero, Hayabusa coming out from Blue Fire. Then, the answer mula sa Nexplay. Okay, let's go Kagura support, or at least the utility or mage support, Kagura. At yung palang masabi ko na, oh my goodness, Nexplay already won the draft. Why? Matutunaw kahit sino umarap. Only the Balmond is the hero that's tacky enough para sa Blue Fire, but the rest is gonna melt. Kaya questionable din sa akin yung last pick na Diggy, although it answers the Yuzhong, the Atlas, whatnot, the fact that the Mitch is just way too good coming out from Chester. In fact, doon titignan nyo yung damage output kanina. Hindi Kagura sobrang taas man. That's just how the hero operates. I want to say, kung nakikita nyo ngayon, di ba may 1-0 ang Blue Fire, it actually started well for the team. In fact, they're leading in terms of gold and EXP because of an off-cam play that they did. Yung unang-una pong buff, after clearing the mid wave, they went as 5 to invade the lane for move buff. And honestly, that's the only good thing that happened for Blue Fire for the rest of the game. Tama yung idea na i-conquer yung early game, mag-snowball from there, tanggalan ng blue buff. Ito yung Nexplay solid all the time. That's what they need to do. But unfortunately, isang beses na nila nagawa yun against Nexplay solid. Brings me to my second point. Ang ganda ng punishment ng Nexplay solid. Kaya ako nasasabing ng seminar ang Nexplay solid because they taught us how to use timings. I want you to learn this sa mga grade na makakarinig at makakaintindi timings. Knowing when to fight and when not to fight. Nexplay solid, lalaban sila, gagamitin nila yung use of saka mga Atlas pag nag-journey. The first clash that they won was when they jumped after the time's journey. Kaya din naman sobrang effective ni Chester kasi hindi na siya takot sa time's journey or anything. And ang ginagawa lang ng Nexplay solid is may magdadive na isa, like the link this time, have the Blue Fire commit, at doon na commit na, okay, it's go time, kahit sino na yan, nakita nyo, with this Kagura, they were able to press down heroes because, again, timings. Alam nila na wala ng skills yung kalaban na maibabato, there's already one of them who baited it out, which was H2O and the link. Perfect hero to do that, by the way. Well, may tempest of blades, napakagaling nyo kayo. And all of a sudden, the Nexplay solid became really strong against Blue Fire on top of the fact that they are already ahead when it comes to the draft. And that's why I felt that ang daming lessons na pinakita sa atin ng Nexplay solid. Game number 1, game number 2. So may timings, may drafting, and may punishment from game number 1. This time about knowing when to go in or when to just to back out, which is why they won this series. Our smart MVP of the game is H2O, the link, 10-1-8 performance. Kahit pa na nakawan siya ng purple buff. The first start of the match, the team worked around it at hinayaan nilang tumakas ang link, ang hyper carry ng Nexplay. Congratulations for a 2-0 victory for Blue Fire. As funny as it gets, kailangan talaga nilang ayusin yung kanilang connection. And we'll see, maybe in the next performance of Blue Fire, maybe they can show us something different, different din, pero mas planado na or mas number. And why don't we close this day with some other usapang MPL responses from the community. Again, if you're searching, just search for the hashtag MPL is back and go directly to the link posted on today's live stream para makapag-participate kayo sa mga usapan natin. You also have a chance to win some skins. Okay, Edson Goyala. Nanonood ako ng MPL mula pa nung Season 3. Ngayong nanonood ako kasama ang squad mates ko para sabay-sabay namin matutunan at mga tactics ma-apply sa paglalaro. Perfect, Edson, dahil ang dami natin na laman na fundamentals from this series at syempre yung mga malulupit na galawan din from other teams. Jade Reto, sabi niya, nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa nung Season 4. Ngayon nanonood ako pag yung mga kasport. Magkaiba man ang teams na sinusuportahan, solid pa rin. May pustahan, may asaran, pero ayos lang. Importante, inaaral namin yung dalaw ng mga pro. Pinag-advantage na rin namin sa bawat laro namin. That's true. Professional players, kapag pinanood sila constantly at inaral nyo kung ba't ganun sila mag-isip, for sure, you will level up your game. Last, from John Michael Rosario. Nanonood ako ng MPL since ngayon lang ako nag-MLB Season 6. Manonood ako ng MPL. Nagsama yung mga tropa akong ML player. Sabi nila enjoy daw manood. Nakakabata pa excited dahil na sa pagdikit daw yung laban, more exciting seasons to come. John Michael Rosario now in it for MPL Season 6 is gonna be great. I'm telling you, ito yung pinaka-pinaghandaan talaga, sobrang solid. You can see our even the production and the quality of games is gonna be lit for sure. Now, I think we're gonna close out the night with ano giveaway ko for you guys. Konting siguro iiwan ko na lang din sa lahat mga viewers natin kung sa giveaway bonus code. In fact na madami pa tayong cover. It's just 2 out of the 65 best of 3 matches that we will get to watch for the regular season of MPL. And the unang dalawa pa lang, sobrang sarap na. One more to see along the way. So we will be back tomorrow, but before that, we want to thank all the entities that made this MPL season possible. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart, forge stronger bonds with your team as you cover the battlefield with Smart Media Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# and choose video games. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating the first Realme Fan Fest, hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign, and visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mac 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force packed and Vector Force nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. Of course, our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get 7% balikbayan when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. And the promo runs until August 21. Also, our partner in esports, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. Sa pasimple lang mga event. Search nyo lang yung MLBB sa TikTok para manalo ng premium skins. Of course, MPL Season 6 is brought to us by our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here, like a pro, everything is organized by Monitor. On behalf of my co-casters, Shindu, Rob, as well as Manjin, Waters, and Rockhart, we bid you good night. My name is Wolf, signing off. Good game and good night. Enjoy this by watching the top 5 plays of this game.
means game over. The Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this gig of life? Simple and smart ako. Realme smartphone. Dare to lead.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to lead.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.